Happy time zone, everybody. Just pause to check that my microphone was turned on. Hopefully you all can hear me. I'm just gonna chill out for a little bit until people confirm that I am audible, because we've made that mistake a few many times over the years, haven't we now? Yeah, so we're just here. We're having a good time. It's pretty stormy outside. Audio's good? Excellent. All right, yes. So yeah, I've decided that we're going to roll into making Gen 2 today. So first of all, let us just pop a little counter up on the screen. As you can see, we have made 31 out of the 100 Gen 2 Pokemon. Let's see, that's Gen 1 on the screen now. And if we scroll up, that gives you guys, I know you've just been staring at the loading screen, which I have updated to show Gen 2. The breaks in the intro will be updated when Gyarados is finally finished, but for now, I have updated the loading screen at least. The curls are marvelous. Thank you very much. There is a lot of it, but it's here. It all turned up. Yeah, so we're going to be working on Gen 2 today. Yeah. Which means we have a return of an old favourite here, which is the guessing document. Yes, the complicated knots choose your own adventure board. Still can't come up with a proper name for it. This thing. So I have 5 options on the board today, and there is a theme. There's a theme. I'm sorry, I keep losing my train of thought. The theme is, like with Gen 2 introduced... I'm worried that the theme gives it away. Maybe the theme will reveal... Maybe I'll talk about the theme after you guys have picked one of the colours. So, we are making Gen 2 Pokemon. Let us get this poll started. And we can just get this ball rolling. Start a poll. You can pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. For anyone new here, there are 5 options on the screen, but you can only pick from 1, 2, 3, and 4 because YouTube only lets you have 4 options in a poll. And with these ones here, we're probably going to get through 3 today, depending on who you pick. So I gotta leave myself some options for later on in the stream. You joined at the Gyarados stream. Wow. Okay, yeah, this would be like your first time you actually have some choices. You like the juicy pink of 4? We'll see if you still... Some of these are traps. I'm not gonna lie. Like, don't get me wrong, they all match the theme perfectly. But 2 of them are awful. 2 of them are just not good choices. So let me just swap to the mini player here so you guys can still see what's going on. And in the meantime, I will show you where we got to with Gary. Now, I know he probably looks to you the same as he looked last week, but I assure you an additional many hours of work have gone into him at this point. So... his fins have been attached at this stage. He has, like, this whole headpiece has been sewn together fully. This whole neck piece has been sewn together fully, including scales and belly. This chunk of the body has been assembled, like they're separate pieces still. And the tail has all of its scales and, under bits. I haven't quite settled on a specific pose yet, but right now he's just a straight little worm. But I'm still tempted to, because like none of these pieces are attached to one another, I can still curve them around if I want to. I'm just not sure if I'm going to yet. So that is Gyarados. Like, he's the size of my head. So that's why he's taking so long. I sew until my fingers just won't let me anymore. Crocheting a lot doesn't seem to hurt, but sewing actually gives me like finger aches because of like the whole pinching and pulling thing. And I mean, it didn't help that I also filmed 2 videos yesterday back to back. So like we kind of took it out on the old hardware a little bit. So yeah, he's quite large. Onyx for scale. Oh, hang on, I'm overexposing them. There they are. Onyx for scale. So he's definitely the largest of the ones that we've made, but he's a good little guy, a good little bean. And he'll be spending most of his time off to one side. I just wanted to make sure that you got a chance to flip you off a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to curve the tail, I think, just because, first of all, it'll fit nicer into a Pokédex photo. And second of all, it's because, like, currently this is a hassle to fit onto any kind of shelf or anything. But it's also good to know that anatomically he works, just like this is a straight little worm. So there is our Gary. He's joining the the crew in the background. I can't get out of the way enough for you to see him, but he's there, trust me. How many of Gen 2 are already done? That is on the screen. Oh, it was on the screen. I've covered it up. My apologies, devil in the details. It's 31, but I also just want to make sure it's on the screen. There we go. Sorry about that. So yeah, we are 31% of the way through Gen 2, even as we're just getting started. All right, you guys have made your choice. I hope you're satisfied with the choice you have made. Sorry, pause while reading chat. Anyway, let's close off this poll and get the rest of this going. I was pondering doing Gen 2 and Gen 3 together. Today is exclusively Gen 2, just to kind of like shake the dust off a little bit. That's not to say that we won't do combined themes in future. And in fact, today was almost a Today I almost went with like a Gen 5 out of nowhere. So like I'm going to not necessarily tie myself as strictly to working on just one gen at a time. Now that Gen 1 is kind of out of the way. I think Gen 2 will be our main focus, but I am possibly going to like broaden it out a little bit. Particularly once the Soul Silver run wraps itself up. Okay, so you guys picked number 4 with 48% of the vote. Then came number 2 at 23%, 3 at 15%, and 1 at just 13%. And we should have got yellow out of the way. I don't disagree. Loot, I absolutely would name him that, and he would be happy to be called that. But yeah, guys, you are not going to like what you picked. But that's good. That's good. I'm happy to get some of these out of the way early. So let's just, I think I've set it up correctly. I'm a bit tense because I'm seeing a little symbol on my screen that I have not seen before. But let us open door number 4 and just see how we go. Oh, you guys probably want to see this big. There we go. Swap to that one. Ready? And we see a little foot. You guys already probably know what you've done. Look what you did. Look who you're forcing us to start this whole, like, what an oh, where'd you go? There we go. What an inauspicious start to the day. You want us to start with Smoochum. I didn't curse you, you cursed us. So yeah, the theme today is babies. Gen 2 obviously introduced the babies. What's up?
We're out of Gen 1 now, and so when you finish, I need you to say the name, so I know what to find bug fix for.
I'm sorry, honey, it's Smoochum.
Oh yeah, of course, come here.
No. I knew it, I didn't pick this. Wait, do people not like Smoochum? I don't like Smoochum. I think he's, nah. He's too people-y for my taste. But there's like, only like 3 or 4 Peoplemon in the whole gen. So I will forgive it. That doesn't mean I have to be enthusiastic about it though. It's just like, why? Why are we starting with Smoochum? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the people who like Smoochum. You're about to have a very good morning. So that's good. Let us draw a little Smoochum, shall we? Okay, we get rid of that. And I put a sprite on the screen, and that sprite is going to be difficult to spot because I don't know numbers as well for this gen. But I feel like Smoochum's near the end of the gen. She is. Where are ya? Okay, let's play hide and seek with Smoochum. Oh, that almost worked. And there we go. Ooh, sassy little bean. Don't worry, I'm sure I will love Smoochum by the time we get to the end of Smoochum. There we go. Down there in the corner. Yeah, exactly, Faith. Maybe we'll like him more after we make it. Hi, Harry G. Crochet. Oh, congrats, Alicia. That's quite exciting. Yeah, we are doing baby Pokemon today, but that is because Gen 2... That was a handful of words, wasn't it? Gen 2... was like the birth of the baby Pokemon. They introduced, was it 7 or 8? new babies into the roster, and it just felt like the appropriate way to like start our proper Gen 2 streams is to like salute what the Gen was known for, which is of course some little baby beans. The bowl cut upsets me. I'm less familiar with all of the Pokemon after Gen 1, so the drawings may descend rapidly in quality. It's just me warning you all now. Well, that's what I can have up on the screen. I can have the pics from live stream. Thank you, Mr. Bones. Oh, cool. No toe beans. I think my issue with it is I don't enjoy these big pouty lips on what I consider to be a child. But, Pokemon gone Pokemon. Oh my goodness, did you guys see the Pokopia news? Like, the way they're just throwing their lore straight out the window and feeding straight into the Nurse Joy, Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny Pokemon rumors is at once hilarious and ridiculous to me. Okay, Mr. Bones, I'm going to ban you from the Discord. I don't want to look at that. Hot take, it's a beak, not lips. Maybe. Could be. He's got little, like, like little, like, chicken dance arms. Yeah, I don't think he's hiding any, like, real secrets from us. It's just kind of just is what he is. I think the hair is going to be the biggest problem for us today, because it's got so many, like, layers and bits to it. Where's my pen? There it is. I think it's interesting that you guys have all jumped to, like, female pronouns, because Smoochum always read as very male to me. It's like sometimes I default gender them, you know? You would have noticed it with Gyarados, where he was just immediately he to me. Whereas, like, Smoochum always read as a he to me. No, we ain't getting tricky with these eyes. We'll use safety eyes. For our own safety. There we go. There we go. We need to pick some colours in a second. And I could have pre-picked the correct pink, but I didn't. So we're just going to have to wander through a sea of pink together. I do think I see the right one that we want up on top, though. She is a baby Jinx. That's true. Little lad vibes, I guess. Maybe. I think, like, these days I would blame, knowing that I encountered Smoochum long before this was a thing, but you know the berries and cream meme on TikTok? Smoochum is very berries and cream coded for me. But let's see, we need a pale yellow for the bod, which we're not going to go cream, we are going to go pale yellow, maybe? I said very confidently and then changed my mind as I was speaking it into existence. We need some white for those eyeballs. We need to get that box out of the way. Oh, marbles just went everywhere. How do we feel about this? I feel good about that. I think that's the cream, that's the cream. That's the pink that's right on top. But I actually think it's the pink that we would pick of all of them anyway. Let's see, we need another yellow, because the yellow for the hair needs to be a different shade. And I'm thinking I'm going to use this one, which is not a Marvel colour. This is that bonus colour furnished by Anxiety Bakes. Yeah, freaky baby girl grows into a freaky adult. and call her kidney stone. No. They might be too close in shade though. We also have, of course, the stronger yellow. And we just basically need like one for, sorry, I'm trying to like point at the sprite down here. We need like a pale yellow for limbs and feet. And we need a stronger yellow for the hair. And this looks like the exact right shade for the hair. Let me just pull out the cream for a second so that we can try that on for size. And we could go cream and pink for the body and then yellow for the hair. Or we can go pale yellow and pink for the body and yellow for the hair. I don't know. I don't know. Is there a paler yellow? These are the this is my yellow ombre? Is that the right word? I'm looking at gradient. This is my yellow gradient. So yeah, this is the palest yellow I have. Then comes this one. Then comes this one. And then we have this one here. And unfortunately what we actually need is a yellow somewhere in the middle here. Do I have a vanilla colour? Pale yellow is better. Pale yellow hair, cream body. Yeah, I'm leaning towards pale yellow hair, cream body. Like, I'm leaning towards this. Hold it up to the other camera, but it's overexposed because the lights are being weird today. Yeah, no. Like, I don't know what's even overexposing us on that side. There is no light there. Yeah, there's a big difference between the pale yellow and the cream, but I think this will read correctly if we give it a chance. Oh, we need another pink for the little pucker. So we'll go with that. I think that's nice little, and we have the white for the eyes. All right, cool kidney beans. Cool kidney beans. So in terms of the shapes we're going to make, I think we can get head and body mostly done in one piece. And the shorter I make them, the cuter they will be. Like, that's just 2 color changes. That's not a big deal. The little arms, I don't know if we're going to be able to pull off the full sassy arm thing. We might just do like little wings. The arms. And then little flippers for the feet. We're going to do big round circles for the eyeballs. And we'll put a safety eye in the middle, which will dictate our size actually. That'll help. You want a lighter pink for the lips. The other colours I have available. Pink is one of those ones where I've collected fragments of so many shades of pink over the years that a lot of them could work. I have another pink back there, but I think it's the same as this one. And then we can make a watermelon. I mean, that's technically also pink, but we won't be using that. Right, you guys can discuss amongst yourselves which colour for the lips. Keeping in mind that's the face. So I actually think this one here is going to read the best. She is blowing a raspberry. That is cute. Alright, and I need to be able to see this so I can break down this hair a little bit more. So she's got... See, I've swapped to using she's now. We could do the hair in like pieces. So one long rectangle to wrap around the base of the hair. And then we could do like an upper pony dish. Oh no, from the 3D model it looks like that sort of fringe bit's only at the front, not the whole way round. Yeah, it is only at the front. Okay, well then that's just another rectangle piece. This piece will actually look more like a helmet. Like that. And then we'll do a little fringy piece for the front with the little wedge. Yeah. The darkest of the light pinks. How about a wing shape with a pilot for the arms and hands on hips? Oh, you mean Picot? Yeah. No, I mean, we absolutely could do like a little like... But Honestly, in so many of the sprites, like I get that in the picture on the screen at the moment, the hands are on the hips. Wow, sorry, the pronouns are just all over the place today, but like, forgive me for it. But like in every other shot that I'm seeing of this little fella, there I go again, the arms are like sticking out at whatever angle that pleases them. So I'm not gonna like lock myself down too much regarding the arms. I'm perfectly happy just to do them as little nubs. You guys don't want a 6-hour Smoochum, right? You guys want a 2-hour Smoochum and then moving on to another one. So you'd usually do the hair as a top down in the round hairpiece. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do is for the top of it, and then we'll extend it down. It's going to be fine. You don't think she's ever been able to have her hands on her hips in the 3D models? That's what I mean. Okay, cool. We're going to get started. I have a hook here somewhere. Here it is. It's not very blue anymore. It's got like these 2 silver bands where my fingers like sit all the time. You can't really see it, but it's very color changey at the moment. Let's move these out the way. We can pick the lip gloss color later. We're going to need these 2 to start with, and we'll pop that out the way. There we go. Alrighty, let us start with a face. Oh, this is good. This feels like we took a couple of weeks off from doing this, but this feels so much better to do on the stream, and it's so much lower stress as well, because like I already know exactly how the day is going to go, how it flows. Oh, bye Watermelon, thanks for hanging out. I always have her. Well, I kind of thought of it as like a Naruto run. You vote for blue lipstick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It has begun. We have begun Gen 2. Well, I mean, I get that it's a little anticlimactic just because we have... Is it climactic or climatic? Doesn't matter. We have already, like, chipped off a third of the gen, but... yeah, it's our first stream on it. It took us 57 streams to wrap up Gen 1. With all of the other challenges notwithstanding, but 57 streams. For Gen 2, I doubt it will take that many. I'm anticipating somewhere in the 30 to 40 mark. I was having a look at the gen last night, and it just... I know it's easy for me to say at this point, but there's just not as many super complex ones. And there's only like 1 or 2 that I actively don't want to make, you know? So... it means that, like, it's a little bit more fun. Whereas, like, Gen 1 had so many Peoplemon in it. Gen 2 only has, like, 2. Anticlimactic. Okay. 3D model can't fit the bones into the arm. It's too small and the mesh would get too stretched. But you can do better with crochet. Mr. Bones, you're holding me to an unachievable standard right now, and I appreciate you for it. Whew. We be cooking under the sheep, though. Remove some of that. There we go. Don't know how... Sorry? What did you say?
You were cooking under the sheep.
I was.
So I brought in your biggest fan. Do you want me to set the fan above?
No, it's not like that. It's just, you know, the sheep is hot. Even if it's stormy outside.
Stormy outside.
Stormy outside. Which ones do I not want to do? Well, it's not that I don't want to name them right now for reasons. Let's see. Let me pull them up on the screen and I'll have a little look-see and we'll see what we think. Gen 2 Pokémon. And I find it helpful to put the word poster afterwards because then you get them all on one screen. Images. Let's see. Sorry folks, 1 second while I get my stuff sorted. Oh, goody, that's Gen 1. Why? Why are you like this? Pinterest used to be better. That's not Gen 1 either. Thank you. This is it. Stop it. I don't want to sign in. Why are you like this? Oh, forget it. We'll just open the sprites. Alrighty, cool. I'm making progress. I now have all of the Pokemon on the screen. So, I have a little bit of a vendetta against Houndoom at the moment after how they treated me in the last episode of the playthrough. And I'm still scared about going back to the Elite Four and dealing with it. Spoiler for the not you clue? Hitmontop, yeah, Hitmontop is a Peoplemon, Tyrogue is a Peoplemon. I even think Smeargle is a little on the people-y side for me. Gligar scares me just because of my history with Gliscor. And I know that Gligar and Gliscor are probably unrelated. No, they are related. Sorry, Skorupi ends up, like, confusing me somewhat in that regard. I need to actually pause for a second. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so I just need to do 2 more and then we're at the end of the row successfully. Scissor, however you want to say it. Like, I feel like I flubbed Scyther, and so Scissor scares me. And Crobat. I love Crobat, but I do think that I didn't do the best job on Zubat or Golbat, and so, like, looking down the barrel of my favorite bat, it's a little alarming. But yeah, honestly, most of these little guys are just cute little blobs. I was afraid of the legendary or the mythical dogs. I can't remember what they're called, but you know, Entei, Suicune, and Raikou. But then we've already made Raikou, so I already kind of have, like, broken the seal on that stress. The ones that now, there's a big difference between not wanting to make them and just thinking they'll be hard, though. I do want to just throw that in the mix, because, like, there are plenty on here that I think will be hard, but I'm not afraid of making them. Like, for Alligator, looks hard, but I also think we'll be fine. Pinecone looks very frilly, so I'm really worried about megapoding him. Murkrow is freaking me out for some reason. Who else? Yeah, a lot of them look difficult, which is different to not wanting to make them. They're called the legendary beasts. You didn't know Smeagol was a Pokemon? It's not, it's Smeargle. It's not just my accent, it's me talking about a little painter dude. Okay. I'm just going to make an eyeball real quick just to help me keep things proportional, because I think I need to go slightly wider, but I don't want to go any deeper. Nah, I got this. Okay, fair enough. There's also just a lot of pressure for me around Furret and Mareep, and you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, like, beloveds in this gen. Skarmory freaks me out a little bit just because I don't know how to approach those wings, but I have months to work that out. It'll be fine. Yeah. 5, 6, there we go. Xatu has very specific markings as well, which is a little bit tricky, but not insurmountable. None of this is insurmountable. We got this. This might be round enough already. It's based on a little magic ring of 6. Wait, did I finish that off? Hopefully. Okay. Eyes. There they are. Impossible to mess up Furret? I disagree. I think that Furret is such a beloved and such a cute little wormy fella. Like, he's got lots of, like, curve to him, and I'm going to be really stressed about making sure that I capture the joy there. And Mareep, yeah, it's Mareep is just puff stitches on legs until you realise you have to actually put those puff stitches into some semblance of order and work with them, and then you have to do it live on camera. So There is always that element to it as well. But yeah, we've made a lot of Gen 1 already, Gen 2 already, so we've kind of like eased the transition to starting it. Okay. The eyes! The carpet has eyes now. You will love him regardless, though. I appreciate that, Echo Giardini. I like to think that I will as well, but then I also have to acknowledge the fact that, no, you know what, I will love him anyway. Because looking at Gen 1, right, some of them I've nailed them. They are perfectly on form. And some of them I haven't nailed, but I still adore them and they're still my favourites. And so there's plenty of room for them to be like an interpretation and still work for us. Live on camera makes everything harder. Yeah, it does help keep me focused. Make sure that the job gets done. The rest I have to, I have like a master list. I'm a list maker and I keep this big old digital checklist. I use Trello for that. And just the free version. We ain't spruiking for companies. And I just have like a master checklist that's blocked out into months and then weeks and then days. And if something doesn't get done one day, it gets moved to a different day as the schedule permits, and I just work my way through it. I have had some massive days this week. I tell you what, it's because I'm trying to find time to get to some really big projects that I'm really excited to work on. But to do that, I first have to get some content ready for you guys for the next couple of weeks while I work on the big projects. So we have confirmed now, like I get that they got bumped back by Hollow Knight, but the blobfish pattern will be the next one out, and then it'll be the little dragon. Now, he didn't turn into a T-Rex. I ended up giving him tiny little wings instead. If I remember to grab him on break, I'll show you. But he has little wings that are built into the round that are quite cute. And yeah, I think you guys will like him. So that's what the next 2 videos are going to be. And then in the meantime, I'm going to be working on some stuff. Do I still want or plan to redo some from Gen 1? No active plans to, but I could easily come up with a list of ones I want to redo. I actually think that at some point I'm going to revisit all of the Eevees in one hit. Just because while I think Umbreon turned out okay, and the bones of some of the others are fine, like I think the bones of Vaporeon, who happens to be right here, I think the bones of Vaporeon are fine. Like, the body shape is good, but the head is wrong. And I could definitely do a better job of the head these days, and so I want to go back and do that. I don't think Eevee looks anything like Eevee, so I just want to go back and up the plush bunny aspect of it. Jolteon I will not speak of. Flareon is perfect. Flareon I'll leave alone. But you know what I mean? Like, I want to go back and I want to redo the evolutions and finish making them, because we still need Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. I have nothing against Sylveon conceptually. It's just I made one at one point and the ribbons took my just took my will to crochet away from me, and so like I'm not super looking forward to making that particular one again. That's all. Oh, I'm so glad that you liked the Silk Song video. I tried my best. I will admit, and I try not to let too much of this filter into the video itself, but I was actually really disappointed with how they came out. I feel like I failed to capture something that is intrinsically very important about the characters, and I don't consider them to be my best work, and I take that a little hard sometimes. It was actually really difficult for me to put that video out in the shape that it was in, but I still thought that it was like an interesting exploration of how to create certain, not necessarily a how-to or anything, but just like the approach of designing from a flat to a 3D. Yeah, no, that's okay. I appreciate that most of you will probably tell me that you liked the video, and that's good. I don't think it was a bad video. I'm referring specifically to the creations made in the video. And there is a difference between the two, and I do separate the two. It's like if I was going to put a Bell Beast pattern out, which I don't think I will, and I'll talk about that in a second if you like. It's a bit of fluff. I wouldn't put it out in its current form. Like, I think that I can do way better, and if I had taken just half an hour longer at the sketch phase, I could have come up with something real cute for you guys, and it's just a little frustrating that I didn't. You're playing Silksong right now? Awesome. I am now stuck in limbo regarding that game because I do think it's my sort of thing. As I've said on Discord, like I was forged in the fire of Battle Block Theatre, which I consider to be one of the... that is my frame of reference for a difficult platformer, so I feel like if I can do that one there, or like Magicite, or... Magicite's a pretty easy one, honestly, but you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what I consider to be a difficult platformer, so like I consider myself to be pretty good at platformers, but I've never tried either of the Hollow Knights, so... You'd still like the puppy notes? Yeah, I feel conflicted about distributing them though. They won't be on Patreon, which means that like I'm like disinclined to put them on YouTube either. And that's just like, I'm trying really hard to respect Team Cherry's... They have a fan merch policy, which I just think is a really cool thing that developers do these days, which gives fans the freedom to create stuff using their IP. But I don't want to like... profit off the grey areas of their rules. Just like they were very specific about not for Kickstarter or Patreon, and they might have had a very specific idea in mind about what that meant, but like I am wanting, like I don't want to push any kind of boundary there either. It's just like I respect the fact that they have a merch, like a fan merch policy in the start to begin with, and yeah, it's like cool, all right, they don't want certain things done, and I feel like distributing a pattern in any form is one of those things. So I'm disinclined to distribute those notes. But I do think that anybody who has been playing with creating their own stuff, which I happen to know you have been, Nibble Drake, you've been putting your own patterns out for a couple of years now, if you were so inclined, I do think there is enough breadcrumbs in my video to show you pretty much exactly how I went about making it. You just have to kind of fill in the numbers. Why are you on a name list? The little guys are cute. Thank you very much. Leah's latest hyperfixation. What do you mean you're on a name list? Yeah, I reckon I'll like it too. But sorry, what I was saying about Silksong is that like I do like I like a tricky platformer. I do. But now I'm in this weird limbo with it where if I'm gonna play it, I need to know 100% whether or not I want to play it for a video, because there is something that you can't fake about like first reactions to things. So I'm like, the limbo I'm in is that I don't know if I want to play it for a video yet, and so I can't play it at all. But until I play it, I don't know if I'm going to be able to work out if I want to play it in a video. So you understand the loop I'm stuck in a little bit. Oh, Mr. Bones' name list. Is that what's happening? Every time I make one of the adorable CK ferrets, your ferret's back legs end up a little rotated to the left. They're crooked little thieves. Ashley, I can speak on that if you want. It's something we call drift. We work in a spiral, and crochet stitches are slanted, which basically pulls everything to, if you're right hand dominant, to the right, or if you're left hand dominant, to the left. And so like there's always going to be some spiral. I do try these days in my pattern videos to like tell you where you can fix any spiraling that is happening. I don't know if I did in the ferret video though, but basically, yeah, it's an easy enough thing to adjust, but you might have to hit me up on Discord and I'll talk you through it there. All right, we'll take Leah's name off the name list. Sorry guys, I got so confused as to what was happening there. All right, we are 3 rows in to however many stitches around we are. I think it's 21. Your ferret always has silly stitch drift. Got to adjust it by like 5 stitches. Yeah, there are certain like shaping techniques that really, really make it a lot worse. I found post stitching has a massive impact on it, whether front or back post stitching. And with those little paws that we make for that whole Mischief Gang thing, it's the skipping of the stitches afterwards seems to just like throw everything out of whack if you're not like on it. But One day I'll find the solution. So far, right now the solution is like, because like I said, I filmed 2 videos yesterday. The solution yesterday was like, hey, if you're experiencing drift, this is the row we fix it in. This is how you work out how much drift you've got, and this is what you do to change it. It's like, that might just be the answer, and that like I just tell people, hey, if your thing looks like this instead of this, do that. Some sewing for the leg position helps. Okay, well that's something. Okay, how much height does your head need, little bean? Why so angry? Dang it, I fixated on this stitch here as the lips. But I don't think that leaves enough room for the hair on top. These actually need to be down a little bit, right? Yeah. It's better. Okay, so we'll do 2 more rows and then we'll start closing off. Or narrowing down, I should say. You have to shorten the number of stitches on the row before you start the back legs, so the row starts 2 single crochet earlier than previous, and the rest of the pattern is fine. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's once for drift, it's not an ongoing issue. That's why when I tell people like when to make an adjustment, what adjustment to make, I tell them to like fix where the leg is and then work the rest of the row as written, even if it moves your starting point, and then you should be recalibrated unless it's a really long pattern. Because my personal drift is 1 stitch to the right for roughly every 3 rows. And you can actually kind of see that here if the camera's going to focus for it. So like you can see here, we've got this stitch here. And then we kind of like slowly work our way over. It's actually only working up as half a stitch here. And so that's interesting. Maybe my drift has shifted. My tension changes over time. So sometimes, anyway, because I'm the one designing it, my drift is always accounted for. But like you can see how the stitches are sloping off to the side, and so you can see where this stitch was here before, by the time we're 2 rows up, it's now here. So it's like moved over 1. Yeah, that's all we're talking about. You don't understand how anyone gets drift to the right? Are you a lefty? We found out last week that a great deal of you are either lefties or ambies. So in the favorite video I mentioned that I had the nose stitches in the starting round in the wrong position. Where should they be? Because I'm crazy enough to do 3 color changes in the starting round. You know what, Raven Wolf? I could have told you a couple of weeks ago, but I've made like 17 different things since then. And I no longer have any idea. I'm sorry, I've purged the cache in my brain. Maybe I could record the first bit I play in Silk Song in case I end up wanting to do a Let's Play. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that does have potential. You're a righty and you always drift to the left. That is fascinating. I wonder what we're all doing differently, because that means that it is possible to stop drift. Because if some people are like, when working right-handed, if like I'm pulling to the right and you're pulling to the left, that means that there arguably is a way to not pull either direction. Mr. Bones finding my tax breaks for me. Thank you, honey. For the dragon, you definitely had to imagine what the pattern was telling you to do, then crochet based on vibes. Oh no. You don't think you get drift? Yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's interesting. Because like right now, I'm not really experiencing a lot of drift. And a right-handed crochet that drifts to the left. See, this just... Drift has been like a craft cryptid for us. Like it really kind of rose to prominence during one of the, I think it was the 7 days of crochet. And it stressed me out at the time because I'm just like, why are these patterns not working? They're so little and small. And it's because they had so many shaping elements one after the other. and I'm not talking about the most recent one, it may have even been the one before last, but it was like it was either the second or the third Days of Crochet series that we did, where it like drift became a thing in the community. That's how it got its name. And ever since then, we've kind of just been like adding little bits of information to the bucket of like, what is this? And why is it here? It was the macaw. There we go. Stitchcraft. Oh, it absolutely will have to do with how you hold your hook, the tension of your stitches, yarn over versus yarn under. Like all of those things are absolutely what's impacting it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I'm not convinced that it's just those things. And at some point, I should probably like launch a full-scale investigation so that I can advise people on this. But like, I'm not convinced that it's something that people talk about outside of like our immediate pool of people. That said, I'm not really super active in other spaces online, so I guess I wouldn't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Noted here, would you like to know how to calculate your drift? Because I'm happy to share. So you'll see here that I've marked the stitch at the end of my row, right? And then I've worked subsequent rows. And this is telling me where this position of this stitch is, and you can see that the next stitch is like slightly to the right for me. And so like literally I'm just keeping an eye on those rows, keeping a stitch marker further back, and just seeing kind of where the stitches on top of it end up, if that makes any sense whatsoever. The easiest way to do it is with a tube. You just like make a tube and see how your stitches are spiraling. You can eliminate drift completely by pulling the yarn up. Pull your stitch straight up when completing it to stop drift. It takes concentration until it becomes a habit. I'm going to try this. I have a row to do that is 6 single crochet and then a decrease. Sorry, 6 repeats of a single crochet then a decrease, just to bring in the underside of this neck. So I'm going to try it. I can hear Mr. Bones raiding the gingerbread. Okay, so hypothetically, if I'm decreasing, I don't really know what up looks like. I suppose I'm pulling to the left to kind of correct for the fact that I tend to pull to the right. Because like when I normally stitch, I can see why it slants that way. If I slant it straight back down towards the base. That said, I think it's actually a helpful thing that I drift as well, because otherwise I completely lose track of why anybody's having any kind of problem. And I think possibly that I drift less. I drift different when I'm doing like film stuff than I do when I'm working on stuff. And that makes sense to me, because when I'm working on stuff, I'm looking at it like straight down like everybody else is. When I'm filming stuff, I'm actually looking at it from the back so that it's like you guys get the good top-down view. And so like I think I drift more when I'm filming, because when I'm just working on stuff, it's more like this. And I'm looking at it straight down, and so I'm pushing my stitches straight down. You guys might have just solved a riddle for me that I've pondered for a long time, which is why I sometimes have to, let's say once every 3 patterns or so, have to adjust the spacing of stuff as I'm filming, even though they work fine in practice. And that's interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, and that's it as well, Tanwin. I actually thought that was the solution, is that like this was just something that happened when you worked in a spiral, and if you do joined rounds, it's not a thing. But I've not been tracking these stitches at all. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have since been informed that it is still a thing for some people with joined rounds, and it's not just a be-all solution. Nibble Drake, you're only terrible at the game if you're not having fun. Because, like, I was playing Battle Block Theatre years ago now. Sorry, it's my go-to reference for this. And I happened to be playing with my housemate as well, who had a little bit of a temper when it came to losing games, I gotta say. Like, don't be that person. And it's just like, some of the levels were so hard, it would become like a chant in the room of, this is a game, we play it for fun. This is a game, we play it for fun, as we just got stressed and unhappy. Yeah, Emily, that makes sense to me, because like, joined rounds don't really make a difference. People seem to think it does, because it really doesn't change it. If you have drift, you will with or without joining. That makes sense to me if it's to do with the direction you pull your stitches down. Now that you've given me that kind of concept to think about, I'm going to be really aware of it, and I'll just see what happens with it. That's fine. Like, if you're enjoying the struggle, then that's the game. Like, I heard that they went back and they nerfed some of the bosses, and I don't know how I feel about that. It's just like, I feel like for a game to be fun, that doesn't mean you have to be able to win. Though I understand that doesn't necessarily line up with other people's ideas of how they want to spend their time. Oh, it's so stormy outside. We are getting wind gusts up to 100 kilometers an hour, which is quite fast. Oh, that's big rain too. That sounds stormy.
Heckin' windy.
Heckin' windy!
And it's got so much, and it's going sideways.
Oh.
And there's so much, it's flooding.
I want to be there.
I want to be where the water is.
I want to go to there.
Oh. It's got the thing where you can't see across the road.
The world has stopped rendering incorrectly. Ah! Right, Alright, sorry guys. I'm being called to look at the rain. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, goodness. Wow, the world really is gone.
Yes, it's gone. Yeah, so sorry for interrupting you, but yeah.
No, that's fine. That was an important interruption. Y'all, it is coming down out there. If we lose power, y'all know what happened. Then we're back. Oh, what happened? The exact same lights are on. It's just now the camera has reset itself. Hold on, let me just set the settings back. Good to know that that's something I could have done rather than fiddle with it. I know what I changed. Hold on, I can fix this. Look, she's back. Oh, it's a little too back. I didn't really change anything else, but if it looks bad, that's just the camera. Okay, there we go. Spooky CK, yeah, just emerging from the void. Can't help myself. Sometimes we just gotta void. Hydrate before I dihydrate. I don't have hydration in the room with me at the moment. I kind of dropped the ball on that one. But I will get some at some point. And then there will be much rejoicing. And all will be well. Oh, that'd be great actually, honey. Thank you. Mr. Bones to the rescue. What are we avoiding? We ain't avoided anything. You don't like too much hand-holding, you don't like to be told exactly what to do and how to do it, but I'm very likely to quit a game that I keep losing progress in. That's fair. But I like a game that it's not your character that levels up, it's you as a player that levels up. And this does sound like that kind of game. I am all for, there's like sneaky mechanics that some games do, which is like, when the first time you attempt a boss, it's 1 difficulty, but then like if you fail it a certain number of times, it slowly decreases the difficulty of the boss in like a background, so you can't really tell. And like, I get that that's a little hand-holdy, but if you don't know what's happening, it also just kind of can cut the frustration off at the legs, of like, you are improving as a player and the boss is getting easier for the player. And then like, I actually really like that mechanic because it stops you getting like stuck on a boss, because it used to be the thing where you could just hand the controller to an older sibling and be like, hey, beat this boss for me, and then keep playing. And I just don't think we have that kind of thing anymore. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. Okay, we have a head. I can put the little eyeballs in. The backs are snapped on through the white pieces in case anyone's stressing about that. Just pop those on. And then the mouth is there. I can see it real clearly when I look down at the stitches, so happy with that. Yeah, I think we need to flare out slightly. We're currently at 12 around, and I think we just go up by 3 to 15. And then possibly 3 again to 18. You handed the controller to your daughter a few times playing Pokemon Arceus. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I never played Arceus. Accidentally skipped that one. I didn't have a Switch at the time. Ended up getting one a bit later when the pipe exploded, just because I needed something to de-stress. Did I use post-stitching for the colour change? I absolutely did. That's why it looks all crispy and nice. Yeah, there's like a mild cephalopod vibe, I'll give you that. Kids these days don't appreciate how when games were too hard in the past, you just never got to finish them. Yeah. That said, the kids who never got to finish those games are now the game developers who are creating games. And they have used that feeling to fuel them to a point where they want people to be able to finish. And so, like, I can respect that. Yeah, no, I wasn't specifically avoiding Arceus. It's just one of those ones where I somehow missed it, and now I know that there's a new one coming out in October. I have to kind of like, I've got a decision to make there. And it's one of those things where Nintendo games never go down in value. As in like, they like, just because a game is 4 or 5 years old or however old, does not mean it'll be cheaper. So it's like, I can make that decision whenever I want to. And it'll still cost me the same amount of money, inflation pending. Can I get Arceus when we get to Gen 8 or 9 for making the unique mons and regional variants for that game? I won't rule it out. I'm perfectly happy to make promises. Well, it's not a promise, but like I'm perfectly happy to leave little traps for myself for when we eventually get there, like 3 or 4 years down the track. Like, I already have a capture card as well. It's just I actually looked into it because I have a 3DS and I actually have a DS Lite as well. I have the 2 little handheld ones. And then from 3DS, I went straight to Switch. But, because I was looking into it because I have a lot of the games for the 3DS, right? I was like, oh, maybe I could do the next run as like a handheld thing. And I could film it basically somewhere else in my house and just have like the camera. But the capture card can't, like, you have to get like a special like installation soldered into your 3DS in order to make it work, and it's just like, I was like, okay, I'm probably better off going the way I did with Soul Silver, where I had a little bit more control over the randomization of it, like, because I was just using a software version of it. In my defense, I do own a physical copy of Soul Silver, and so that is why I feel okay doing that. I'm glad you're alive, Andy.
Ignore this. I sent you a message on Messenger.
Oh.
Ignore it.
Okay. How much more of a little shirt do you need, buddy? Play Pokemon Snap. That's why I got the Switch. It's because of Snap. I used to love the original Pokemon Snap. One of my cousins had it, and so I got to play it at their house a little bit, and I don't regret that decision at all. I literally bought the Switch, making it a very expensive game, just so I could play Pokemon Snap, and it is still just a happy place for me. I like to sit too close to the television and just crank up one of the ocean paths and just not even focus on taking photos. I don't think I've completed that game. I just like going and being in that world for a little bit. The soundscapes are lovely, the Pokemon are delightful, and it's almost like a little mini meditation. Yeah, I did play the 64 version of it, I just want to say, for the record. That's why you got the Switch too. Excellent! We are both making excellent choices. I do wish... I understand why they don't. I've been spoiled by Concerned Ape, who just consistently releases new content for his game. But, I would pay for a DLC for Pokemon Snap if they wanted to put, a bunch of new locations in. I would... It's one of those things where, I would pay for a DLC for that game. It's good. It's soothing. It scratches all of the wrinkles of my brain. Soul Silver 3DS is now worth a fortune. Seriously? Well, I've got one. In fact, do you want to see? I wonder where I've put it. Let's see if I can spot it real quick. Oh, I can see them. All right, do you guys want to see what 3DS games I have? Hold on one second, I'll find them. Getting distracted from our intention, not paying enough attention at all. Ba-bow. They're not mint in box or anything. They have been played. They have been used for shiny hunting. They have been loved. What do I have in here? I have Omega Ruby. That's my Soul Silver. I've got White. And I have X. So there we are. That's what I currently have. You're so stingy with DLC, but you get Pokemon Snap DLC. Come on. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, don't put out this Pocopia thing. And then just abandon Pokemon Snap. Happiest little, chill streams ever. It's selling for several $100. Are you serious? Well, they can't have mine. It's mine. I know that there is an upcoming update to Stardew Valley. Concerned Ape, as I said, he spoils us terribly. I like that he had to be really clear about the fact that he's got a team working on it and that Haunted Chocolatier is still in the works. But, my dude, my guy, you have contributed wonderful things to the world. Anyone who's harassing you over any of this, just block them. Because, seriously, every time this guy does a release in Stardew Valley, it's not only could it be comfortably sold as a DLC, it could be, arguably he's released 2 or 3 sequels to Stardew Valley. He's just added them to the game as an update. You love the DS case. Thank you. It used to have a little black stand with it. Now it's just got a little blue tack blob on the base. And I also used to have the little Poke Walker. I feel like it got shoved into a box somewhere. I possibly have thrown it out. I know that sounds like a crime, but it followed me through several moved houses. I also still have a grey brick Game Boy somewhere with an original red cartridge, but I gotta find it. It's out in the world somewhere. Stardew Valley is a free monthly game for PS5. That might have encouraged the update, but honestly, from what he was saying in the release, that oh my goodness, I forgot to change colours for you. I can do it now. From what he was saying, the player base for Stardew Valley is still increasing, and so I imagine that's one heck of a motivation. If you're the number of people playing your game is still just steadily going up, that's still a live game, and then he's feeding into that by doing so many of these updates and just being such a chill dude and being such a good guy to his community that more people are playing, so he's putting out more updates. So more people are playing, so he's putting out more updates. And it's like, okay, cool. But it's kind of like, I discovered that Team Cherry, who are the Hollow Knights folks. Sorry, I keep adding an S to the end, but I'm doing it, mentally I'm doing it because it's a possessive, not because I think there's an S in the title, which is, I know, very frustrating if you're someone who's very like Lego versus Legos or math versus maths. But like, I'm pluralizing it for some reason. But Team Cherry is in Australia. They're in Adelaide, which is really cool. A little 3-person team just putting out something and doing it right because they want to make a game that they want to play. There's a huge difference, and you can tell when someone is making something because they want it to exist in the world versus someone who's making something because they think they can sell it. There are a lot of sirens outside. Oh no. Oh, good night, Nimble Drake, and good luck with your recovery. I'm sorry that you've got that inner body bling going on. So many AA batteries used for those games, yeah. Plus, like, they were rough for road trips because, like, when the sun started to set, it was just grey-green and you couldn't really... you can't see the screen anymore. For a while there, the Game Boy Advance, which I never had like a little, like, attachable reading light that would help light the screen up. You still have your Pokewalker thing? Like, I feel like I laid hands on it while I was living in this house, but that doesn't mean I didn't purge it at some point, because I go through, like, phases of, like, I need to stop dragging everything with me. Danny, go do your uni projects. Welcome back to the replay later, and you'll get to see how everything turns out then. But, like, go remove some stress for yourself, and then come back when you can be a little bit more deep breath and chill. You still keep your Game Boy Color and your gold cartridge in your bedside table drawer. See, that's lovely. My DS Lite is just in... I have like a little storage room in my apartment. That's out there. My 3DS might be with my Switch. I dug it out. We got frantic maybe 2 years ago and we looked everywhere for it, and that's when I found these. There might even be more games inside the handheld itself. Little dude, I think I've made you too tall. But I think the arms will help cover up that particular problem. Right, change to pink. Gotta remember to write some of this down. 18 front post, single crochet. And we're going to do some 18 rows as well. We're quick into the next gen. We took a couple of weeks off, but honestly the streams weren't... They just didn't have the vibe that I wanted them to have. I was having a hard time focusing on projects and getting anything satisfying done. And, like, the streams work for me because they're kind of like a decompression valve at the end of the week. Well, technically 2 days into the next week for me, but, like, they're kind of the end of the week. And, I realized over the last 2 weeks how badly I need that. How badly I need to just hang out with friends and have, like, a preset activity. Whereas, like, with the designing stuff, I think we'd reached the end of the road with how interesting it was capable of being until I made some choices, but I didn't have the creative energy to make those choices. So, that's why I like these streams. Like, I can hang out with you guys, and I can chat, and I can have that social contact, so I'm not so lonely. And, that was a joke, folks. That was a joke. While at the same time, I'm getting that sort of break from making creative decisions. Yeah, I remember, I had the little, they did like a demo version of Alpha and Omega when it came out. And I managed to get on the list for it, and I managed to play it a little bit, and it was like, oh, so good, it's so good. Oh, that's the one that's currently my system. I think it's Sun and Moon. It's not Sword and Shield, because that's apparently good. I can't get through Pokemon Sun. I have tried multiple times over a lot of years. I never make it off the first island. That game is so tedious. I don't know what, like, the whole thing feels like it's a tutorial. I've heard now since that, of course, the first island is the tutorial, but it just goes on for hours. There's a toad singing on the porch. That's lovely. The silver and crystal's internal batteries died a while ago. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that will have happened to the OG red cartridge that we had. It was technically my brother's, not mine, but I intend to lay claim to it if I encounter it. Like, it's an old game. Like, it has to have been, like, purchased when the game was still relatively new, so it's at least 20 to 25 years old. But it was his game, and so, like, I don't have an emotional connection with any of the Pokemon still on that cartridge, and in fact it was shared amongst 4 siblings, and so the likelihood of, like, you know, the game got restarted so many times I don't think any of us formed an emotional connection to them. But, like, I've told the story before about how my job was to evolve the Magikarps, and so, like, I have an attachment to the species, not a specific one. But it'd just be really cool to, like, I'm a big, like, collector of relics that have historical meaning to me, and that is something that has a lot of meaning to me. You just got the DS2. Is that the Switch? And the Scarlet and Violet games look so pretty on it. Yeah, I've heard that the Switch 2 is such a massive improvement, and it comes with the free update as well, though I don't know if there was a time restriction on getting that sort of brought everything up to standard. And so I'm not gonna lie, I am tempted by it, but, like, I am such a Scrooge McDuck. Like, I don't like spending money, and the fact that I only just bought the Switch, I suppose I had the Switch for a couple of years, but I only got Scarlet and Violet in July last year. I don't know. I'm feeling conflicted about the idea of spending that much on another new console this close to getting the original console, particularly as I don't know if I got as many hours out of the console as I would have been comfortable with. I know I have my shinies all bundled away in the Pokemon Home thing, but it confuses me because I put them all in there, and then they kind of arbitrarily decided which ones are in the box that's available for free and which ones aren't, and I can't extract them out of there to organize them or anything. And so, like, when I let my subscription subside, I lose half my shinies, and it's, like, really frustrating. It's like I feel like I should be able to pick the ones that I want to be in the free box, and it won't let me. You've not noticed any changes between Switch and Switch 2? I think it makes the biggest difference if you're doing things like shiny hunting. Like, the world renders a lot faster, and, like, if you're running backwards and forwards between certain areas, that makes a difference. And more Pokemon can be on stream without, like, massive glitches and that kind of thing. So I actually don't even know if the new Pokemon games are being released for both Switch versions. I'm assuming that they'll only release them for the Switch 2 to encourage people to get the Switch 2. Like, that's just business. How much pants do you have? I think you have a little more, Miss Swan. So we'll go one more row. My goodness, sorry folks, I am taking way too long with this little guy. We should have been done by now. Yeah, I also have some concerns about how comfortable they are just perma-bricking the system. How it feels like you're just renting the hardware when you're paying that much for it. You'd rather buy a Steam Deck than a Switch 2? You know what, Faith? That is the exact thought process that I've been going through as well, because I'm mainly a PC gamer, right? Oh no, honey, thank you. He's offering me gingerbread. Yeah, I'm like, I have a lot of games on Steam, and a lot of the games I have on Steam are appropriate for the Steam Deck, and I feel like I could get a lot of potential use out of one. But they are also, I think, the most expensive of the consoles. So that said, I trust Steam as a company, where Nintendo is a little hit and miss. The new Pokemon game is available on Switch 1. Okay, that's good to know, Merlin. Sorry, my eyesight's not great and you're in the little bottom corner of my screen. That's good to know, because, alright, then maybe I will get the new Pokemon game. I don't know if it's necessarily like there are so many people who just like grab the new game and they stream the soul out of it. So I don't know if I'll stream it, but like I like the idea of having it and getting to play it. Yeah, husband says Switch 2 is now a single console purchase. Pokemon Pokopia is only for Switch 2. I'm not convinced that Pokopia is something I will like. I am deeply troubled at the implications of a humanoid Ditto, and I don't know if I'm going to get over that anytime soon. And I know that's so stupid, but that is where I currently live. But I am interested in potentially Arceus, which I know is an old one, and the Z to A, or A to Z, or whatever they're calling it. That's coming out in October. We do have a theme today, Anaru. We are making babies. We're doing our first episode of Gen 2, or first stream for Gen 2, and the theme is baby Pokemon, which just seemed appropriate because Gen 2 introduced the baby Pokemon. And like babies are like a new start, fresh start. Pokopia is like they're introducing like it's like a cross between Stardew Valley, Pokemon, and Animal Crossing, where like you create your own little like farm. I've heard that it's also kind of Minecraft adjacent, but the main character that you're playing as is a Ditto in the shape of a human, like canonically, like transforming on screen, and then it like learns to like water its crops from that Pokemon and how to dig a hole from that Pokemon, and like so like very adorably coded. What did I do? Someone's just shouting my name. Angry Bear Ironworks, what did I do? What? What did I do? Angry Bear, what did I do? Oh, right. I'm sorry. We're crocheting baby Pokemon, folks. I'm sorry that I just loudly announced we're making babies. It didn't even occur to me. Like, didn't even register. I was like, what? What did I do? What did I say? Yeah, with ZA, I can't quite work out if it's meant to be like Scarlet Violet, like in like a main timeline game. Is that even how people are referring to them? Like, you know, like the main Pokemon, collect the Pokédex, beat the gym, blah, blah, blah type game. Or if it's one of like, I know Arceus is more of like a history game and the gameplay style is different. Hi, sorry, honey, I didn't mean to startle everybody.
Oh no, I was just wondering, like, if you're playing the game where you're playing as the Ditto.
Yeah.
I wonder if you're just setting off everyone's uncanny valley whenever you try and communicate with them, because I assume you can't talk.
I don't know, but I think the Pokemon can talk to you, and I think that's why you're playing as a Pokemon, to like make that possible. But I also think that the character design makes me super uncomfortable. Have you seen it? It's a really uncomfy looking person. It like itches my brain real bad.
Yeah, we want to run them out of town, but also they keep bringing us lettuces.
And also the game ends if a human walks past and throws a ball at your face. Like,
oh no,
locks you forever in the daycare center.
Yeah. Look, I've got a living Dex. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot of bad, scary things about that.
Thanks, Laura. I'm less familiar from here on out. Like, Gen 1 is the ones that I knew. Gens 2, 3, 4, I played when Soul Silver came out because that was my reintroduction to the franchise. And then once we get and then Gen 5, because I mean, you saw the games that I have. I also have Gen 5. I also have Scarlet, but that's a different thing. But yeah, I have just a blank spot for Gen 6, 7, 8, and 9, where they are just all the new ones to me. So like once we get past Gen 5, we're going to have a real interesting time. How many Ditto people are among us? These are the questions. And you know what's awful? They all have the Ditto eyes, and so they all do the pupil blink. Ditto in the daycare, making babies. I told you, it's a full circle moment. Yeah, the Pokopia person is uncomfy to look at. I'm assuming that there'll be some degree of character customization, which will potentially help it, right? There'd have to be. But super uncomfy. Don't love the decision making there. Yeah. As for the ongoing conversation about Steam Deck versus Switch 2, I think that it's so rough because like I love the functionality that the Switches have. I love, honestly, it's genius the way it's just like you can play it on television, you can pick it up and have it be a solo thing, you can like split the screen, you can do so many really cool things with it. It's rough because I'm also a big fan of having the Steam achievements. I'm an achievement hunter at heart because it's a checklist and I love to tick things off the lists. That's my idea of fun. And it's just really rough not being able to access my games on the go. It'd be really good to be able to have my Steam games accessible in the same way, but I don't think the Steam Deck even has them be available in the same way. So it's just... yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, because there's no perfect answer, I can put off making a decision. Just get crawled at the thought of the blink. You want me to do a Let's Play of Pokopia on Halloween? I don't know if it'll be out yet. I appreciate that you mean, like, one Halloween in the future. And, like, I never say never. But, like, super uncomfy. Most uncomfortable comfy game ever. I'm hesitant on the Switch 2 as well. I'm going to just wait and see what kind of stuff comes out for it, because I don't consider it currently worth it just for upgrading my Switch 1. And I'm going to look into whether or not, if you buy games for the Switch 1, are they compatible with the Switch 2? Because I know that with Scarlet and Violet, they made them transferable. And if they do the same thing with the new Pokemon game coming out, I'll buy it for Switch 1 and make the decision if I want to get the Switch 2 later. If they don't, I just won't buy the new Pokemon game until I've made the decision on the console. So they're cheating themselves out of a sale, but they're Nintendo, they don't care. Hi.
I just imagine us going on like a long road trip, you and I.
Yeah.
We come up to a strange town and everyone's wearing glasses.
No.
And then I say, okay, get back in the car. You're like, well, why?
Get back in the car.
I'm the only skeleton here. None of them have bones.
Wait, I have bones.
Yeah, but
I think.
I was not including you.
Quick throw a Pokeball at me. See what happens.
The real dittos were the friends we made along the way.
Yeah. I'd rather it be more Ditto-y. I agree. I would be perfectly, like, I would be utterly charmed and enchanted if the main character was literally just Ditto, right? I just think the idea of Ditto holding a little watering can or Ditto learning to dig, I think that's adorable. I don't want a little humanoid in there. You know how I feel about Peoplemon? Pokemen. I can't believe I called them Peoplemon when Pokemon was right there. You solely own a Switch for Pokemon games? The same. Oh, well, that's not fair. I also have Moonlighter on there, but that was just because reasons. I have reasons for that one. Yeah, otherwise it's all Pokesnap and Pokemon Scarlet. Honey Badger says goodness. Happy time zone, Makona Barb. Never buy a console in the first couple of years. Yeah, because like I honestly think that I bought the Switch 1 at the exact wrong time as well, because the OLED, like the screen improvement, came out like within a month of me buying one. And even then, I had waited, like, if I want to say a year, but honestly my timeline's blurry. It's like, I felt like I had waited a long time before buying the Switch 1. And then I got it because of Pokemon Snap. And then, like, they immediately released a hardware update, a new version of it. And I'm just like, oh, okay. This is kind of like the endless grind of, like, phones. Like, to the point where, like, I just wait until my phone literally wears out, will not turn on, or needs... Yeah, anyway. You know what I mean? Like, the phone has to break down completely before I'll buy the new one, which is often a good number of years. I went from, like, a Samsung 6, I think it was, up to... It's a 20-something now. I know that they didn't release all of the numbers, but yeah. Yeah, see, playing Ditto as Ditto's self would be adorable and perfect, and if the whole overall message of the game is, Ditto, you were perfect as you were, okay, I can get on board with that. Yeah, Smeargle is not cute, and I would not want to stare at Smeargle for hundreds of hours. Sorry, Smeargle. he's got fiendish little flippers, and some fiendish little grabbers are on the way next. Hubby got you the Switch too as an anniversary gift. That's lovely. Wow, 20 years together. Congratulations. Like, yeah, okay. I feel like the whole like marriage anniversary versus like the how long you've actually been together, it becomes less and less relevant these days, because like Mr. Bones and I aren't married. We've been together, I think it's like 8 years now, in the ballpark of about 8 years. It's just like, I'm not starting again at 0. You know what I mean? Should we ever decide to. It's like, I ain't starting again at 0. Like, those 8 years still count. Oh, see, I like the idea of the Ditto not transforming into Pokemon to do the task. I love the idea of Ditto just, like, the look of a little Ditto doing the various tasks. Like, what's a task a Ditto can do? Can you imagine, like, a little Ditto? Hello, this is Ditto. This is our friend. And now Ditto needs to dig a hole. And so Ditto has to, like, be Diggo. And he's... the dirt, it's flying out behind him, and the hole is getting deeper. Like... or maybe he has to, like, learn how to... water the crops. You know? I just, like, that's him using water gun. Yeah, I just think it would be cute. Anyway, that's our little... What? Stab myself with a pin. Not bleeding, we're good. Okay, gotta do little hands next. We want them to be thinner at one end and thicker at the other. These are 6, the feet are 6 around already, so maybe we try and start with 4, then we'll go 5, then we'll go 6, and then we'll go up to 7. And I think that'll get the job done. Ditto with the watering can. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Devil in the Details. I feel like Ditto would be fun to squish. I feel like he would enjoy being squished, and I feel like he wouldn't be too sticky. Because, like, that's where slime kind of loses me. Slime is too sticky. Oh, you are very welcome, Barb, and happy birthday, and I hope you chose well. I don't know how much help I actually was, but I gave it a go. Oh, night, RM McFrew. Welcome back, RM McFrew. Welcome to the replay. Ditto just being the Green Lantern for agricultural reasons. You know what? I'd play that game. I'm genuinely excited about that as a concept. I don't know if I'm going to be able to look at creepy little humanoid Ditto for the hours it takes to play a game. I don't even think I can filter it out because it's too unsettling. I'm hoping that we can pull a Sonic the Hedgehog on this. You know how that, like, they released it with one design, and there are some theories about them doing a really terrible design first on purpose to drum up a lot of publicity. But anyway, but then they went back and they changed the design to something a little bit more, like, less horrifying. Well, I'm hoping that we can do that for this. But does he taste like marshmallow? Not too sticky, but bouncy and squishy. This is about Power World. Alright, I feel like you need slightly more arm than that, even though that's really cute. Maybe one more row. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, we're going up to 8. You like the Ditto humanoid, Jackie? That's perfectly fine. Lots of people probably do. I'm a very creature-y person, and yeah, and so that plays out in a lot of different ways. And one of those ways that it's currently playing out is a preference for Ditto as Ditto, not a humanoid anything. Go. We have one fiendish little grabber. Last year I had mentioned in a stream your then boyfriend didn't support your crocheting and said it was a waste. Sent him on his way and bought more yarn. Good. Good, Beth. Good job, Beth. Just like the internet had me convinced at one point that like hobbies was something to be embarrassed about, and that like no partner would ever be like, and like the lines in the play were like, oh, I'm going to buy more yarn. No, honey, don't buy more yarn. You haven't used the stuff you've got. That is, in fact, not at all what reality is. The reality is me wandering around going, I have so much yarn. And Mr. Bones going, you should buy more. You want some shelves? I'll build you some shelves. And I'm just like, okay, cool. That's what love and support looks like in this world, in case anyone is wondering. The patent on summoning a monster to fight for you will catch dozens of small games in the crossfire. It's indefensible. I concur with that because, like, my goodness, I am a huge fan of like really old games, right? And so many of them feature the idea of some sort of summon, some sort of like little sidekick that's following you around that you can use in battles. I'm thinking about like, is it called Golden Age? Something like that. Like there was one that I played a lot of. It might be called Lufia. It was a really, really old, possibly Game Boy Advance game where you literally collected a series of monsters. Like, they can't... And this is stuff that's been around for 30 years. Also, can I just add to the yarn thing? It's just like, you want a craft girl. Because, like, craft girls aren't getting into trouble. Not that there's any issue with anybody getting into any kind of trouble. But, like, you know... It's like a gamer boy. You always know where a gamer boy is gonna be. He doesn't have the energy to be out running around doing things that are gonna cause problems because he's a gamer guy. He's inside and he's gaming. It's just like the crafter girl is a gamer guy, or book girls. Book people, same way. It's just like we're easy to buy presents for because they're books, and you always know where we're going to be because we're going to be tucked up in a corner reading, even if I have startled Mr. Bones several times in the last week because he's not realised that I've been in the corner of a room as he's entered it and just sort of started doing his own thing and then glanced up to find me sitting in the corner reading a book. Night, Josie Ann. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, that's cool. I always get really excited when I hear that like people are watching stream together with someone. It's like, oh, I'm part of the family. Gather around the fire. We will do this together as a team. It makes me feel like really like connected in with community. If I can like go meta for a second here, there was so many warnings a couple of years ago about like parasocial relationships and forming parasocial relationships, and I'd always thought of them in terms of like the chat to the creator, whereas I'm struggling because I'm having parasocial relationships with some of you. And I kind of have to stay a little bit mindful of that. Prices of skeins highly vary on the type of yarn and bulk. Your skeins are about £8 each. Or €8? Is that a euro sign? It's a dollary-do sign. an ouch moment when you need to restock. Yeah, I'll admit that I settled on Marvel yarn, which is the yarn I use. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Because it was the cheap yarn, or it was one of the cheap options, and it had the most colors. And so I'm like, cool, sold. I will specialize in the cheap acrylic, because like when it goes on sale, sometimes I can get it for as little as like $2 to $3 a ball, even now, which is huge. I mean, now it's a tax deduction, but when I was first making that call, it was not. You live alone hanging out with your cat? You know what? That sounds like really good company. Your partner plays games and you read books and do crafts, and we're both non-binary. Fair enough. Sorry, my eyes glitched out halfway through reading the sentence. That's cute. I like that. We are very parallel people as well, Mr. Bones and I. We'll like sit next to each other, and we might not even be watching the same show, but like I'll be sitting there and like. Pokemon, your hubby actively buys you yarn and Pokemon things. Excellent. I love how many of you seem to have good and healthy relationships, and that is a good thing. The idea of creating something for your own enjoyment is a waste is nuts. I'm cross-stitching the cats of your childhood best friend's mum, who is like an aunt to me because I want to make her happy. See, that's delightful. It's kind of like what I was saying about the game, Silk Song, earlier. I'm just like, it's allowed to be difficult and you're allowed to be struggling with it. As long as you're still enjoying it, it's still fun. The idea that time can be wasted is incorrect. Time can be spent, and sometimes you have to make decisions on how you're going to spend it. But like, yeah, just if you're doing a thing that makes you happy, there is no waste involved. You get a lot of friends asking you for romantic advice because you give good advice, and your first question is always, what do they say about your hobbies? Yeah, exactly. Because like, all right, here's something I heard long after I met Mr. Bones, but it's something that hit home, and I really wish I'd heard it when I was looking for my person. And that is, like, you don't need to be nervous about meeting people, because if they're going to be your person, they're probably going to like you. And, yeah, I just think that that's a really just important thing for everybody out there to know. It's just like, if they are your person, then, like, they're probably going to like you. So it's probably going to be okay. Single, so you have to buy your own supplies. I'm loving the ace representation in the chat, by the way. Husband watches the streams with you. Thanks to CK, we're now on Yay! Read DCC. Do it. I haven't ranted about that yet today. Everybody, Dungeon Crawler Carl, if you're looking for a book to read, go and read that book. It's currently a cultural phenomena. You will not be disappointed. You know what, Smoochum? I appreciate the fact that you've managed not to have any tails or anything like that. I should have put a weight in you so that you could stand up properly. Yeah, that's not too bad. It's actually not a bad little bean, frankly. So we just need hair now. How am I going for time? Oh, hey, we're only at 1:40. Awesome. We are tracking really, really well. I got a lot done in the last 20 minutes. Yeah, okay, so the little dollary-do symbol is €1. Thank you for that. I thought it might have been, but then I just got a little up in my own head. Exactly. If they don't like you, it's not the person to be around anyway. Like, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of situations in life where you will have to be around people who don't like you. That's just the way of the world. And there is a skill set involved with learning how to be around those people and just not expecting anything from them. And unfortunately, sometimes those people are unavoidable people. But in general, if you have a choice to be around people, pick to be around people who like you and who you like. And who are kind and be kind and show you what that is meant to look like. Feels kind of big for a baby? Yeah. It got a little out of control. You discovered today that your spouse thinks that you're so charming that if you accidentally insulted a mob boss, they'd be so charmed by you that they wouldn't murder you. That's exactly it. Your person should find you that appealing. Wow, Nora, that's amazing. several paragraphs. I don't want to just turn into like a chat reading thing, but that's kind of what this has become. Oh, sorry. Yeah, about the relationship advice in a Pokemon stream. That's sometimes that happens. Sometimes this just turns into life advice with complicated notes, as though I have any wisdom whatsoever to share. But it's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right. If I've done 10 around, that means that I've done 8 increases so far. No. It means I've done 4 increases so far, leaving 2 stitches, and I kind of want to make the little head flippies here. So let's build them in so I don't have to think about them again. 4. Yeah, why are you like this?
We're just learning the madness that is how people in Europe do the Euro symbol.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's not on the dollar key, right?
No.
They've still got a dollar key on the keyboard. It's like, oh no, it's on 5. Like, then how do you do percent?
Oh yeah, no, I've got the Euro. Hey, cool, I've got the symbol here too.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, they say, no, it's on the 5 key. So I'm like,
yeah, it is.
Where's the percent thing? And they go, it's also on the 5 key.
It's also on the 5 key.
All 3 of them. What? No,
yeah.
No.
Honey, if you look at keyboards on different continents, you will see that the symbols are almost completely different on all of them. People have them in different places.
That's
and
wrong.
Don't even let me get me started on what Japanese keyboards look like.
It's like finding out that, like, oh yeah, in Japan they don't have 2 mouse buttons. They have them used by your thumb instead.
Okay, I need you to look up a Japanese keyboard right now because you're gonna go on a trip. I want to try something. I want to try the Alt 5 thing. Hold on. Because I've got the little... wrong button. I have the little symbol on this keyboard, even though I don't like this keyboard. It is not Alt 5, at least on mine. It won't be Shift, because Shift would give me the percent. Maybe it's Control 5? I shouldn't be doing this, because any of these buttons could shut down the stream. It makes sense to me that Fiber Arts attracts the aces. Have I ever used an ergonomic mouse? I can't say I have, but then I don't do anything particularly mouse heavy these days, so... Slip stitch. That's a front loop only slip stitch. Sorry, I'm writing down kind of a complicated line of instructions. No, I'll do it on screen. Don't hit Alt F4. That's fine. I said it didn't work for me, not that it doesn't work at all. You never knew. I think that's the end of that row. So in the next row we start with, don't know why I did this over the end of a row, but oh well. Front loop only slip stitch. And then we'll chain 4 and slip stitch and 2 single crochet. CK pushing buttons, everybody panic. Even now, I don't know if I've changed any of the settings because I push those buttons. It could also be as well that like while my keyboard has the symbol on it, I have my, you know how in your PC you can actually set what kind of keyboard you're using. If I don't have it set to a software that understands that that keyboard has that number on it, that doesn't mean you guys get what I'm trying to express here? I think I might have, if I have it set to like a standard US keyboard, and a standard US keyboard doesn't have the Euro symbol on it, then it doesn't matter if I'm hitting the right key combo, it still won't type the Euro symbol. Makes a lot of sense to me. Makes a lot of sense to me. Alrighty, so I've got the little whippies for the top of the head. We'll put them at the front, I think. Now we need to grow the head bigger. Alt GR5? Anywho, growing out the back of the head. One, two, three, four. Shouting over the top of the sirens. And then in the back loops from the previous row, I will single crochet and increase. Keyboard settings also differ between Windows and Mac, that makes sense. Mr. Bones, no! Why not?
Because the chat only goes so high.
Oh, maybe I can scroll back up to get it. Nope. I cannot. Maybe if I click on you. Channel activity. I can find you. I'm going to post the name list back in chat. Nope, that's from a bunch of different streams. This one. Oh, honey, I have a whole list for you. I have them here. I have resurrected the name list. I have so much power. Oh, it's changed over time.
Yep, I got it. I know how you're doing it. Thank you.
I'm still gonna post it anyway because it's my achievement. I have done a thing. Eee. That might not be the most recent one. Look at Beth is out here just knowing the name list. Yes, he is a very suspicious skeleton. Increase. That row was an absolute mess. I don't even know how many stitches I have in this row right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16. I've just worked an increase. Increase, and then I did 1 increase, 1 increase. One, 2, 3. And 2 repeats of an increase 1. Just trying my best to keep this shape as symmetrical as possible. The Pokemon is serving Gaga. Yeah, not gonna lie about that. That's an accurate assessment, I think. Alright, cool. I'm going to start working backwards and forwards now because we'll attach the fringe as a separate piece. I could build it all in one piece, but honestly it's adding stress to this proceeding that is just not necessary, and I don't feel like going back and working out where exactly my circle became less than circular. So we will turn. We'll build up the back of the head cape. In fact, we could probably start the name vote now if you guys have settled on some options. Shout him out to Mr. Bones if we haven't, and I will glance up in a second and we'll get this started. Oh yeah, Sia, like OG Sia, before Sia had a face. Chat's making you feel old? I'm sorry. Alright, I'm gonna start this post. I'll wait for Mr. Bones to deliver unto me the list. Okay, here we go. We have Leah, though I don't know where that name came from. Oh, keyboard's not working. Here we are, Leah. We have
Leah and put in Sia if you like.
We have Raspberry. Okay, we'll do that. We have Raspberry, as in it looks like it's blowing one. We have Dora, and we have Kidney Bean in honor of poor Nibble Drake. And also it kind of looks like a little kidney bean. It's the right color, and I was referring to it as a little bean. Hey, Louis, you do have the crown. Cool. Y'all vote for the name while I finish making the wig. I got my nose full of fiber. 14. Name vote. Woo! Happy name vote. I did see her instead of Leah. Didn't I? I meant to change it. Did I type the same thing again? I think I might be a little behind on what the chat is saying, or my stream is lagging further behind than I thought. Hey, Mr. Bones, you leave Mr. Spider alone. Your cat's trying to eat your slippers. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. I did? Excellent. Alright, so that pole will stay open until I finish this hair piece. Then I'm going to go on a little break. you guys will see the usual break scene and while you guys pick who we make next. So we move on to Pokey 2 for the day. Okay, I don't think we're quite done yet. Stream just randomly looped the same 3-second clip 6 times. Devil, you might want to reset. I haven't done any shenanigans or anything, so maybe just a quick little refresh of your browser might help. The skeletal tyrant reveals his true colours. Have you tried eating the cat slippers to see how they like it? Nom on them beans. She looks very much like a little kidney bean. I fully agree with that. Yeah, give that bad boy a reset. I've missed the name polls and the voting structure and just honestly the overall structure of these streams. This is good. Even though I haven't made any kind of progress on that Gen 1 video, it will be happening. I'm going to make time for it. It's kind of the next thing on my to-do after this week's video. And this week's video is already filmed. Oh, I might need to flare this out a little bit more. This is only kind of just barely fitting over that dome. That might be okay, though, with the little fringe. Maybe. Maybe. Ah, raspberries also for the berries and cream reference. I see, I see. Yeah, he definitely gives me berries and cream vibes. It is a helmet, but he will have a fringe which will help, and it will stick out a little bit more at the bottom, which will also help. That's why I'm just doing an extra row real quick. I feel like I'm getting a lot better at inserting my hook from the back of the work. Makes a difference on how the stitches look, I think. Anything that makes the stitches look a little nicer, I'm willing to like put myself out for. And now I have a little bit more muscle memory for working this way. It honestly hasn't taken that long to adopt. I tend to leave it out as a detail in my patterns though, because it doesn't actually change the structure or the shape of the piece, just how the stitches look. Just like I don't tend to go into a lot of details about yarn under versus yarn over. I say yarn over because it's accepted vernacular. But you can make your stitches look however you want. But see how they look so much nicer and neater when all done this way. The ads are set to moderate Angry Bear Ironworks, but if they're harassing you, I still want to know about it, okay? I tend to just let YouTube do its own thing, but I don't let them do it like turned all the way up to 11. Go. I'm working from the front of the work now because the piece is around the right way. Oh, is there a tie going on? There's an epic battle for this name. Oh my, there's actually 2 ties going on at the moment. Oh, Raspberry's just taken the lead again. One more row and it'll be from the back. So, Nora, when it comes to not... with the not understanding, are you not understanding why I'm doing it, or are you not understanding how to do it? Because those are 2 different questions. Because the why I'm doing it is because when I'm working a piece, flipping it backwards and forwards, the stitches have one side that looks one way and one side that looks the other way. And so by inserting my hook from the back instead of the front, when I'm working on the wrong side of the work, I can get my stitches all facing the same way. As for how I'm doing it, well, it's what I'm doing on screen right now. I'm holding my yarn to the front instead of to the back, and I'm inserting my hook towards me and working the stitch on the opposite side. So like, that's from the back of the work. If I was working from the front, it's from this way. I'm gonna have to frog that. Because I'm working from the back, it's from this way. The how, okay, yeah, right. So hopefully what's currently on screen is helping with the how. So let's just insert the hook through the stitch from the back, yarn over on the front of the work, pull the loop up towards the back, and then finish the stitch on top. And it feels extremely fiddly at first, but as I said, I've just had a lot of practice with it now, and the more I do it, the easier it gets. Excellent, excellent. And that said, I don't think it's like a strictly necessary technique. It's just one that you can have in the toolbox if you need it. Do we need to go down another row, buddy? Might be time for you to have a haircut. Yeah, I do think there is still one more row. At least once more with Miss Swan. When did I start chaining one and turning? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, because that says 7 rows right now. Excuse me one second while I just co-opt this. We've only got 6 marked down here, so we're going to do an 8th. Oh wow, beans. Okay, Raspberry has taken the lead quite firmly at this point, so I think we have our answer. Yeah, the ads are how I get revenue, but that's like also it's not supposed to interrupt your enjoyment of the stream. 3 ads every 20 minutes? Wow. Okay, yeah. When I used to manually set it, I was setting it for, I think it was 1 ad every 20 minutes. But these days I've just got it set so that YouTube is supposed to like show a moderate amount. As in like, that's literally just the middle setting. But if it's showing you 3 every 20 minutes, that's insane. I will fiddle with that in a minute. Because the point of these streams isn't, these aren't a big revenue engine. You know what I mean? These are meant to just be fun. But like, show some, turn the ads on. And as long as they're not too much of an interruption, we're still good. Get my $20 for the week. Yeah, let me do that now actually, while I'm still thinking of it. Where are my YouTube settings? There they are. Okay, yep, set to automatic and set to medium. I'm gonna turn that down to low. Everybody, I would encourage you to refresh your stream browser, just in case that setting doesn't automatically go through, and that should cut the ads out a little bit. Though I appreciate y'all for watching them. If they're not skippable. Skip them if they let you. I've always been someone who's not minded watching ads. What I mind is when I get served like the same ad over and over again. It's like, ads used to be like this, you used to get some variation, you know? There used to be some differences between them. But yeah. I don't do YouTube Premium or anything like that. I watch the ads. Too cheap for YouTube Premium. Mr. Bones has YouTube Premium, admittedly. But, not me. I also have the free version of Spotify, and I mooch off Mr. Bones' Audible. Okay, there we go. Let us close this poll. Oh, that's interesting. When you're watching on TV, it doesn't stop the stream when there's an ad. Don't want ads while moderating? That's fair. Technically watching twice. It's on TV and you've got it on your phone. Perfect. Alright, let's end this poll. We have our name. Our Smoochum is named Raspberry, with 35% of the vote. Then Kidney Bean at 30%, Sia at 17%, and Dora at 16%. Thank you to everybody who voted. Alrighty, so we're going to pop this little dude to one side. He got a little big. He's a pretty big baby. Hit refresh and immediately hit with 2 non-skippable ads. I'm so sorry, Uniquely Sarah. I swear I turned it down. I can provide screen caps to prove it. That wasn't meant to be a trap. But in any case, what we're going to do now is we're going to have another look at this. Oh, I forgot to update our count. That was number 32. And we are now going to be voting on number 33. So the theme for today is babies. And you can choose options 1, 2, 3, or 5. If you can work out who must be on the screen just because of the theme, it's a pretty obvious one. I would encourage you not to just point blank share a list. Sometimes it's fun to have a little bit more of a guess, but just don't share a complete list. If you're sure, for example, that number 2 is a rock, you're allowed to be like, hey, pick number 2, I think it's a rock. That's fine. And we're not going to heavily moderate it anyway. Anyway, let's crank up a vote. And then y'all can get your daily fix of the Mr. Bones theme song, because I know we've all been hanging out for it. So, there's the poll. And yeah, I'm going to go have a wee little break. So I'll see you guys when I get back. There's our boy. Thank you, boy. There we go. Sorry. We had to let Lechonk have his moment. He waits very valiantly at the end there. Have I been using the experience share of the Soul Silver run? I genuinely don't remember. I think I might have turned it off initially because I didn't want them all evolving at the same time. But arguably I could turn it back on now. But I don't know. The comment section of YouTube has officially granted me permission to stop evolutions and just actually build a team I can beat the Elite Four with so we can move past it. And I've already got a couple of little things planned for the next episode of that, even if the next episode hasn't been scheduled yet. Those are massive episodes. I need a cool down period afterwards. They're, as you all know, because they always end up out on a Friday night, I don't sleep between the Thursday deadline and when those videos go live. So it can be a lot. He's not lonely. He's valiantly bringing up the rear. But anyway, during the break, Mr. Bones showed me the fact that the Ditto person in Pokopia regurgitates the furniture. So that's something we all have to live with now. Let's end this poll. Y'all have picked door number 2 with 34% of the vote, followed by door number 5 at 30%, door number 3 at 17%, and door number 1 at 16%. And I saw a bunch of the rhetoric talking about how let's get yellow out of the way. And I'm just like, I'm wondering what's inspiring that. Because, like, yeah, I'm just like, there seems to be, like, a little bit of, like, anti-yellow vibes here. But anyway, let's open this door. Oh, there's no one there. Oh, well. We got Ding Dong Ditched by Pichu. There we go. Charming little guy. So, let us update our Pokédex count. Pichu is going to be number 33, leaving us officially 1/3 of the way through. I know I've been saying 1/3 since we hit 30%, but same difference. You feel like it's boring Colour Brigade propaganda? We did have a massive glut of yellow at the end of Gen 1, that's true. I was like, I'm actually pretty glad to get Smoochum out of the way because then it's not going to become one of the people one that haunt us the whole way through. You all thought it was Togepi. Oh, okay, that's interesting. It's not. It's Pichu. Oh, I'm so sorry. Smoochum is over the top of the chat. Let's get you over there. And let's change you out for Pichu. Hello. Alrighty, we need to draw us a little Pichu friend. And I'm going to draw him right here. Another just ball for a head. This guy's got way more markings and they're very specific. Which might make this one take longer, but we're still going to try and restrict ourselves to the 2-hour limit so that we can potentially get a third done today, because it'd just be nice to start clearing some of them out, you know. We will use safety eyes, which dictates the scale. By the way, that's how we ended up with big babies. We need the scale to be suitable. Okay. The shapes aren't hard, the designs kind of are. You thought Elekid? I wondered if you guys were thinking about Elekid. But, nope, it's just Pichu. That wasn't a trap. I am going to need the Discord references to see what shape this tail actually is, though. So let me just pop those back open again. Thank you, Mr. Bones. Oh, okay, so it looks like this collar marking extends the whole way around. Just a quick little side view here. Big feet. feet, little tail. Just a quick little side view. So tail sticks out the side. Only one zig. It does look like a little bow tie. Okay, let's get this portrait all inked up. Don't know how I'm going to create this specific shape. Guess it depends on how much of a sucker for punishment I'm feeling today. Oh, that line. That line was flubbed really badly. I'm so sorry. That's rough. I feel like it'd be worse if I tried to fix it now, but he's just a little egg-headed. Do you have any news on toe beans? Oh. Sorry, I minimized the reference images I was looking at and I was served a very sassy little Pichu. There we go. Alright, we need colours. And I'm thinking same colour we used as Smoochum's hair, right? And then... where's my black yarn? Oh, there it is. It escaped. Alright, I'm leaving the Discord. Okay, so there's that. And then there's just a little bit of pink on the cheeks. I'm thinking we use just a nice... like, I like this pink because it's not like fluorescent. It's not like pink. It's just pink. So I think these are the only colours we actually need here. I should name him Whoopsie. Alright, I need to break down some of these shapes a little bit. So the body is actually pretty easy. We've just got, similar to this shape here, a ball for the head, and a little lump for the body. I will have to insert the eyes into the headpiece this time because there's just nothing else to rely on there. And then from the side, that kind of looks like this. Right, nothing fancy, but he does have... oh wait, it's very specific. 3 at the front. And then I think it's just sort of spiky at the back. So I'm going to try and use spike stitches to form, and colour changes to form the little collar piece. I think that'll make that easy enough. For the ears, the shape isn't throwing me off. We could start in black. That's not a spike stitch unless I start at the base. I could make them all in black and then do a little yellow piece to sew on. Which might actually be easier than any other approach. Alright, I'm gonna leave the earpieces to last, I think. Whoopsie, because he looks like he was dropped on his head a few times. Don't you be mean to the Pichu. You're trusting us? Don't mess it up. Fair enough, Echo. Oh, Tuxedo is cute. No, I have to admit, any cat I see that's like a tuxedo cat, I want to name him Mr. Whiskers. Pikachu was Bolt. Raichu was... hold on one second, I have it open. Raichu was Sparky. So we had Bolt and Sparky. He did not fall out of bed and land on his head. He's just a baby. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, Devil in the Details. If you don't end up making it back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, unfortunately Spark is such a good name, we've already used it. This is going to become more of an issue as we get further down into the Crochetdexes, because like at first we could just pitch any name at all, and if it was funny, it's stuck. But unfortunately now we've used a lot of names, and that does mean we have to work a little bit harder to find something more specific. Amp. We could call him Ohm. O-H-M. The OG Pikachu's name was Jean-Luc. Oh, Night Raven Dwarf, thanks for hanging out. Shock? Static? I was thinking Zip or Zap could work. There are so many great Pichu gifs. I know, I had to close Discord because they were making me laugh too hard. Seems like the theme today isn't actually babies, it's sassy little guys. Picard? Omer's resistance though? Okay, never mind. I was just trying to pick a sciencey word so I sounded smart. 2, 3, 4, 11, 12. Oh, and we already have an Ohms and Watson. That's the name of our Voltorb and Electrode. We named them like Ohms and Watson, like Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Zippity doodah. Ion. Amp. I like Amp. Bolts was Pikachu. And Sparky was Raichu. Oh, and Zip and Zap could be really fun Plusle and Minun names. Exactly. I'm glad you guys are thinking about things like that. It's a lot of pressure weeding names out. Pip. Oh, Pip is cute. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I think we're only going up to that. I think we're only going up to 18. I'm going to try and keep Pichu nice and tiny. Itty bitty little Pichu. Putting your votes back in for oopsie or whoopsie. This cold medicine is making you useless if you can't keep your eyes open. Oh, okay, cool. Tornado Kate. I'm glad that the cold medicine is working as intended then. It's kind of a weird smell in here. Buttercup, because he's so sweet. Pip rather than Pipsqueak. I haven't been tracking this row at all. I should have put a marker in. I think that's the end of it though. That was 1. We already have a Watson. We have Ohms and Watson as Voltorb and Electrode. Oh, I didn't know that your son's name was Pippin. That's a very nice name. I like that. That said, you have veto power if you don't want us to use Pip here then. It's just like, it's a loose rule and it only tends to apply to people who are currently in chat, but if you have a name that is that name, and I'm going to extend that to your littles as well, you're allowed to veto it. Use that power accordingly. He's so tiny. He's just an itty bitty little fella. Amp or ion is fine. Ohms we've already used. Not vetoed? Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to be respectful. How about Butters? Pip, Tuxedo, Amp, and Ion. That name list can grow, but it means that something has to leave. Tron? Tron is a big name for just a little guy, though. Hello, Sith Assassin. Welcome. AC/DC for Plusle and Minun. I like that. Keep in mind, though, I'm not making any record of name suggestions for Plusle and Minun. I don't even know what gen they are, actually. They're not Gen 2, are they? I'm not seeing them there at a glance. So, like, it's probably going to be a while before we get there. So, that's just, like, I'm not going to try and reserve names that far in advance. Yeah, exactly. Tron needs someone who's a little bit more high contrast. A little bit more neon, a little bit more speedy. They're Gen 3? Okay, that makes sense. That's still pretty far in advance. Yeah, Ditto's a busy little guy. He's got stuff to do. Machu is fun as well because of Machu Picchu. Night, Larissa. Thanks for hanging out. Good, Kitty Basket. You should be reasonable about bedtime. And in general, we are pretty trustworthy when it comes to controlling ourselves regarding the names. I like to think so anyway. Sorry, I'm just recomposing a line here. Mr. Bones is up to something out there, though. I'm hearing the printer. I'm hearing cardboard. The drawers are flying. Can I help you find something, honey?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm just going to duck out and help Mr. Bones for a second. found what we were looking for. No, we've made Smoochum as well. Named Raspberry. Oh, where are my glasses? Dang it, where did I leave them? Mr. Bones, when you hear this, would you mind just like looking around and see if you can spot where I dumped my glasses? I think they're on the white cabinet. And yep, okay, cool. So that's Pichu's head. You weren't panicking? Oh, good job! I appreciate you all for not panicking. Thank you. Because it means I didn't have to panic either. Such optimistic little peepers. I love that I have to buy these eyes in like 200 and 300 at a time to even stand a chance of keeping up with how many we're making. Nope, absolutely zero panicking happened. Aw, I don't believe you, but I'm proud if it's true. Okay. And we will stuff. Alrighty. So I'm going to close off another row just because I want a really narrow point at the base of the head. And then we'll change to our black and work up that little collar piece. Now I probably should have oh good, I did turn the mic back on. I don't know why I thought I hadn't, given that I'd already engaged with you guys, but like the spike stitches aren't necessarily going to be a good solution after all, just because of starting at the top of the head and working down. Spike stitches are most effective when you're spiking with the colour you want to stand out the most, and we're going to be doing the opposite in this situation, but we're still just going to see how it goes. You've given his tiny bean skull a soul already? Well, he has a soul. Oh, thank you very much. G'day, Crochet AU. I assume that means Australia. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'll give you a little heart. Thank you. Glad to have you with us. This is the first stream that we're doing Gen 2, even though we are a third of the way through. That's just from various challenges and whatnot. So it's a really good place to kind of join in on the streams, I think. Then we lie and say we didn't panic. Okay, maybe we panicked a little. I'm sorry I lied. I wanted to sound brave. You were very brave because you told the truth. Adelaide, cool. You're new to lying. Oh. You're a bunch of mischief, you are. 6 front post single crochet around, and then I think we'll go straight back out to 12 just to build up a little bulk here. Oh, disgusted noises. The grumbly bear noises. It's alright. I'm hearing all kinds of interesting crafty noises from where Mr. Bones has set up shop. I'm gonna have to try and count this in a second. I think that was 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool, it is 12. So that's what the little collar will be. And I wish I changed to yellow in that stitch, so we'll do that now. Oh, bye Andy, thanks for hanging out. All of the grumbly bear noises. If I start your shop up now, I'll get the cops and probably the fire department called on you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, that's a valid thing to grumble about. Alright, rather than spike stitching, I'm actually just going to let the natural zigzag that is regular colour change stitches create the little spikes around the back at least. Now if I was going to do anything different at the front, now is the time, but I'm worried that like it probably just looks better if I just leave it alone. Like there's a lot of different techniques and tactics and stuff to get nice straight colour changes, but sometimes it's nice to just lean into the natural zigzag they get. And I'm going to go with that. Plus it's almost midnight, fair enough. Well, here it is 1:45 p.m. We have been streaming for 2 hours and 45 minutes. And we're probably going to make a third Pokemon today. I have every intention of making a third Pokemon today. Depends on if Pichu puts up much of a fight, but I just don't see it happening. I think it's going to be a pretty basic little guy. Sleep is good and evil. Alright, good night to everybody. Farewell. If you are leaving at this point, the replay will be available. Though I understand that YouTube's been having some trouble processing streams after they end. I got a little warning about that. So if the replay isn't available when you go to watch it again, just try again the next day. They're working through some sort of problem with their thingy. Okay. He's looking pretty good. I think he's looking kind of cute. Tried to make a Bulbasaur for an order, but I can't get the decreases not to be holy. Try invisible decreases. And if that's still not working for you, then maybe even size down your hook. Depending on the scenario. Okay, that's 3 rows of that so far. And I don't think there's much more to him than that. He's just a little bean. Maybe one more row. I'm making him definitely more size appropriate than we got with Raspberry. But that's okay. I'm a big fan of invisible decreases and increases. They allow so many more hijinks. Also, happy birthday. I don't think I've happy birthday to people yet this week. Happy birthday to anybody with a birthday in a certain radius. Okay. Squish, squish, squish. I'm going to just trim off the black here. Get that out the way. I'm tempted to put like a little weight in his butt to give him some stability. Let's check for forbidden Mentos, shall we? Ah, we still have some forbidden Mentos in the eyeball. That's a sentence, isn't it? This is my eyeball container. It is full of forbidden Mentos. Oh wow, big 40. I lose track of how old I am. But I'm somewhere in the 30s bracket. I can do the math on it, but I'm like mid to late 30s. Okay, so Smoochum is supposed to be bigger and heavier, so I'm not failing this. I'm doing well. I am excellent at this when nailing it. Hello?
Hello. Tis very basic, but here is his guitar from the GIF.
There's a guitar in the GIF? You've done a beautiful job. This is a beautiful guitar. I just didn't know he had one. You've made it very size appropriate too. Look at this. You made him a little guitar. I'll just pop that there for now. Whew. That is some wood glue smelling guitar. The ventilation in here might not be good enough for this to be this close to me right now. You prefer invisible decreases, but... Alright, night Nora, thanks for hanging out. How old was I last year only works if you acknowledged your birthday in any way, shape or form, and I don't really do that. That's the thing, they don't warn you that you kind of just like feel the same mentally. Like the brain doesn't necessarily recognize the age, but that's fine. I think that like, think of it like leveling up. We're gaining experience, we're leveling up, getting new stat points. Trying not to download the back pain DLC. I ain't pronouncing any of this. Kawaii de yo. Everybody's loving on the little guitar. I'm getting buzzed off the little guitar. He's so on point with these accessories. I fully agree. I have a little shelf now dedicated to them where they're all on display because they're just so cute. Except for the crown, which I keep around because I just like it. Like some of the stuff is just like next level. And this little wire crown is the next level. This. Do you really want this regurgitating furniture with the power of human speech? No, you don't. This is Giggle the Destroyer. And his knife is apparently broken. You're pre-buzzed from the guitar. Yum, 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 yum. That's not at all how that works, but... Little cutie. Okay, I'm going to embroider on the cheeks, I think. I don't think there's room to make a whole separate piece, so I'll pop the pink away for now. Do some little arms and some little leggies. Get this one knocked out real quick. Don't know why the cream is still out. Why do I have cream? Oh, right, raspberry. There we go. Let's move you out the way. This little guy's going to be done before you guys can blink. So, Buzz. I don't know if we have a Buzz yet. Let me look. We have a Buzzkill as Beedrill. We have a Mr. Buzzness as Kakuna. No, just directly in front of me on the screen. I have to keep the spreadsheet open to remember all the names. Okay, we have 5 entries with Buzz in them somewhere. So, Mr. Buzzness the Kakuna, Buzzkill the Beedrill. Electabuzz doesn't count, Mandibuzz doesn't count, Buzzwole doesn't count. Okay, cool. So they're the only 2 Buzz names we have. I would allow another Buzz name. Buzz, 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 Lightyear to the rescue, Lightyear to the rescue. If there's anyone without the carpal tunnel DLC, I'll be shocked. You know what? I don't think I have the carpal tunnel DLC. I hope it stays that way. I'm hopeful and grateful that it has not arrived yet, because basically once my hands pack it in, the lifespan of this channel is going to be limited. Arthritis runs in my family. There is a due date on this whole thing. The theme today is babies. Typically not that interested in Pokemon games, but I'm making good arguments for Cobia. Sounds of your childhood. Oh, me too. Me too. Toy Story was the first VHS I tried to purchase with my own money, but I only had $20 and it was like 22 or something. And it took me months to save up, and by the time I saved up, it was no longer on sale at the local video store. And so... there you go. From that, I'm pretty sure you can work out how old I am. You've had the back pain DLC since high school. Oh, same. There are things that can be done to mitigate certain amounts of it, but that's because I'm lucky. Is Pip fallen off the name list? I'm not counting. Dang. Such a cute little arm, though. I think it's just a magic ring of 4 with some rose. Yeah, we love Pip, Mr. Bones. You're going to have to put that one back. What's funny is that, like, before when I said, oh, it's starting to smell weird in here, I was really worried that it was some sort of electrical fire or something starting. I now realise it was the wood glue from the other room. This arm might be too big. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? It's just a baby. What am I doing? Hello, sweetheart. You're too small. Where are your parents? I spent last week quoting, I'm packing you an extra pair of shoes and your angry eyes just in case. And if you get hungry, here's some cheese puffs and a key. I don't know what it's for, but you never know. That's an excellent quote. It took me like half a sentence to work out what it was, and then I got it. We might have to do rounds on the names. Mr. Bones, you're not getting one over on anybody. Is there a way we can combine two of them? Tuxedo could work for a lot of other Pokemon though. There's plenty that look all dressed up. I'm thinking about like the Vullaby line. I'm thinking about the Gothitelle line. I'm thinking about even Zebstrika. You're right, get Zebstrika, get a little tuxedo vibe. And some monkey chow. Oh, he's just a baby. What am I supposed to do with this? Like, it needs to stop. Oh, Empoleon, yep. The penguin. It's like a giant penguin with a trident on its face, but it looks very like 3-piece suited. Now, am I using these for feet as well? I might be. Yeah, you're just a little bean. You only need little feet. Currently actually a very dangerous little bean because of how many pins I have just sticking out of you in all directions, but you've only got a little body, so I can't really help it. Arms and feet. Yeah, Roselia, Roserade, also accurate. So yeah, I'm kind of happy to let Tuxedo go for this one here and stick with names that feel a little bit more specific to him. Oh, Whoopsie and Oopsie were also, I think, heavily championed at the start. But not so much as Pip. I think Pip is kind of the shoe-in here. But then you all have the voting power. You can do what you like with it. Oh, you liked the square shirt? I forgot it wasn't released yet. I just chucked it on, and then the comment section was quick to point out that that's not released merch yet. Yeah, I'm not fully happy with the design of it yet. Just because you can still see some white around the borders of some of the squares where they haven't like the black lines aren't fully saturated, and so like I'm not ready to just release that one out. I need to take time to go back and edit the file and make sure that those lines are nice and solid. But other than that, it will probably be released at least in bag form, because on the, oh my goodness guys, on the bag it looks incredible. Come here. Look at this. It's just so satisfying on the bag because like the texture of the bag really like lends itself to it. The bag's gotten a little dusty, but yeah, the bag works really well. The t-shirt will be coming out, but I need to just adjust the file a little bit before I'm happy with it. And I'm trying to time the release of that with the release of... I'm going to do a Gen 1 poster. And it's not ready yet either. So... Plus with the whole like US tariffs thing going on, I'm just not feeling any kind of hurry. I'm thinking that I'll try and provide like a download version so that the US doesn't feel like they have to miss out or spend a ridiculous fortune. I don't want any of you guys to be excluded for something like that. Does the bag have an internal pocket? No, I'm sorry, it's just a tote. It's just a tote. Do I do his final foot? I'm going to do his final foot. Normally I try not to do duplicate pieces on stream, but we'll do the little foot. Do you need more t-shirts? Probably not. It was fun to, like, I got to, with the new merch samples that came in, I got to go through like my old merch samples and retire a bunch of them to be like sleeping shirts and whatnot, because they're very comfortable cotton shirts, honestly. They're very soft and nice. But no, I think that merch shirts are quite expensive for what they are. And no, they are a nice to have, not a need. Please nobody feel the need to like... I will not think any less of you, if that makes sense. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. We've just had a split view of ad and stream at the same time. Oh, that's weird. You have 30 plus that go on rotation? Fair. So yeah, that's there is a little bit of merch in the works, but it's waiting until I have time to tick around to work on it. Like Mr. Bones is very, very helpful during these stream days as our mod, but in general I am an army of one. And so like a lot of things take a lot longer than they feasibly should or need to, because everything from replying to messages on like Etsy and whatever, to emails, to filming, to production, to editing, to all of that, kind of just has to join a giant queue until I can get to it. Where do I sell the shirts? I have a fourth wall. I actually don't even know if it's linked to this channel. It's linked to my main channel though. I have a fourth wall, which is like a print on demand. It's and they have locations in a variety of countries, which was the decision made to keep like shipping costs down for everyone, because as an Australian we always get the raw end of the stick regarding shipping costs, well, up until who knows what's going on in the world these days. But I actually don't know if that means it's going to trigger tariffs or if they count as a US made product. But tiny bean, just look at those size numbers. I don't know what to do with this. Come here, Bolt. We need you for a second. This is Bolt. Bolt has a bolt inside him, which makes Bolt very stable. This is Pichu. Pichu is scared and wants to hold Bolt's hand. Cool. I think the Australian place is in Queensland. So that said, like sometimes the stock has to come from other places internationally, but you're only charged the Australian shipping rate as far as I can tell. Like when I order merch samples, I still pay shipping as well, which is again one of the things that factored in. So yeah, I'm hoping that because they can print things. Oh, hold on. You need more t-shirts, but yours have an alarming tendency to burn? You don't want to... No, don't get a skin graft of it. Absolutely not. But yeah, the Gen 1 poster, I'm trying to explore a, like, printed version that you can get that I'll probably have. I want to put it up on the wall so I can put this away somewhere so I can get this space back. But I think a downloadable version is possibly in the cards as well, just for anybody who just wants to like explore it a little bit. Ears. Okay, we've arrived at needing to make the ears for this little fellow. And he's not very big. Like, okay, literally this is an ear to scale. Alright, so I could do 2 flat pieces. But with these colour markings, that does make it tricky. Oh, okay. See, like I'm terrible at this. I should probably establish the merch link on this channel as well. I'm assuming the ears are the same at the back as well with this pattern. So I could...
Question.
Answers.
With the ear, right? Could you do... Just a theory here.
Huh?
A crochet.
A game theory.
Yeah. Could you do like a yellow square which had like the stitch creep, but then do a black row across the top for the final one, like a color change for like that last little divvy bit, then a whole black row across the top, and then just straight crochet down the side of the square?
Yes.
To get like all of it, one thing, no color changes, boom. Beautiful.
Hypothetically.
Yes.
I could create the yellow piece and then just black crochet around the edges. The back of the ear is all black. Okay, thank you. That's good information. So I only really have to worry about the front of them. And I'm thinking I can just do them. It's not what Mr. Bones was just suggesting, but it's not far off it, honestly.
If the back of the ear is black,
I'm going to make them as 2 pieces. I'm set on a course.
Couldn't you do the shark fin? Where you do like the piece going up, right? And then you color change to black going up, and then you fold it over, and then you crochet down the side.
It's easier just to do it as a flat piece. Like I said, I'm set on a course now. Once I've locked it into my head, I get a little bit like sunk my teeth in. You got to get in there early if you want me to change my angle of approach. Oh no, we'll start with the black because then I don't have to worry about that fussy bit. Sorry, I'm laughing at the spousal play happening at the moment. So Angry Bear Ironworks says, I could, but I inevitably end up making my t-shirts spark holy or they get lost or reclaimed, Bunny Badger. Bunny Badger? No clue what you're talking about. We all know what's being spoken about. You could solve this by just having one drawer for all of your t-shirts. One, 2, 3, 4. Chain 1, turn, single, attach the yellow. One, 2, increase, maybe? No. Black, chain 5, 4 single crochet, turn, single crochet, then yellow, 3 single crochet, and turn. Increase. 1, 2, changing to black on the front. So that's yellow, increase 2 single crochet. Sorry folks, forgot for a second it's my job to talk. Give me 1 sec and I'll be back with you. There's a teeny splash of yellow at the bottom of the ears, black side. Okay, good to know. Honestly, with tiny little splashes and divots and stuff, I kind of give myself a little bit more flexibility to ignore them. Like, I feel like that's not too bad. It was approached on a bit of a weird angle. They're all slightly more square than we would have expected. But I don't think anybody would kick them out of bed for eating crackers. Oh, I should start the name post though, because like that we are almost at the end of this particular critter. So hopefully you'll have settled in on 4 names. I know Pip was one of them, but I will wait for Mr. Bones for the rest of them so I do not stress the poor boy out. Oh, okay, cool. Then we had Ion, Buzz, and oh, Tuxedo? Okay. There we go. We'll be back after these messages. And then I'll just create the exact same shape. So I'll follow the exact pattern without any of the color changes. And that'll create the back of the ear. And gives us a double layer for structure and to allow us to tuck all the ends in. So I'll just do that now while you guys vote on the name. You made it thus far. You're going to make it to finding out the 3rd Pokemon and then go to sleep. Good. That sounds like a solid plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. A pepperoni pizza in your heart. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And we turn, and then we work 4 again. You'll play the video really slow? Radioactive shrimp from... No, we don't want to... I don't want to get copyright struck by anybody. Who knows what that song would trigger. But yeah, that song was stuck in my head pretty firmly last week, and I think I managed to avoid it this week. There we go. For a moment you mistook the planning beside Smoochum's drawing for a purse. She's a diva with a purse larger than herself. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, so there'll be that. And it'll go on the back. And I would sew it together and it would be grand. He's the Pokey fan. There we go, and that will go there. I actually appreciate the fact that the restraint Pichu has shown regarding unnecessary stripes and markings. Oh, we have forgotten the little guy's tail though, so that's what one ear will look like. And I haven't made a tail yet, so the pole can stay open for another few seconds. The tail is going to take no time at all. Yeah, the US Walmart that had to recall all the shrimp because it was radioactive, I think is the origin point of the song. Then we'll go 1, 2, 3. It's such a tiny little tail that it's a little bit tricky to take too seriously. I think that'll do it. Tail was chain 4, 3 single crochet, turn, single turn, single turn. You picked Tuxedo? A solid choice. Pip was a pretty firm favourite right from the start, so I doubt it'll get beaten. And I'll probably do a second layer for this tail as well, but for now that's just going to be enough to get the job done. There we are. There's our little Pichu friend, who still needs a little bit of facial embroidery, but I think that there is enough here that you get the idea. So far we have made Raspberry the Smoochum, and the name for Pichu is... Oh, it just dropped rapidly as people tried to vote for something else, but it's too late. Oh wow, not even close. Pip, the Pichu, at 59% of the vote, followed by Buzz at 18%, and then a tie for Iron and Tuxedo, both at 10%. So thank you to everyone who voted for that. Pip. There we go. So I'll pop Pip to one side. And let's start up this final poll for the day. Wow, 3 hours in, we've got 2 done. I feel pretty good about that. Can pop out of there, Pip. So we have 3 options left on the board here. The theme today was babies. And your choices are 1, 3, and 5. And I will say that I won't say that. I am having thoughts at the moment, and y'all can find out what those thoughts are if and when certain situations occur. Let's start that poll. I'm, just for the sake of it, gonna still go on a break because it's good for me to walk around, but hopefully you're not getting too sick of the Mr. Bones theme song at this point. It's been a while since you've gotten to hear it, so I feel like you're allowed to like oversaturate with it. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. We haven't done Togepi yet. We've done Togetic, which I think is where the confusion is coming from. But that's kind of neither here nor there at the moment. All right, I'm going to close off this poll in a second. First, I wanted to just jump back to something I said at the start of stream, which was that I attached little wings to the crystal dragon, and they're built in the row, and I just thought you guys might like to see that. They were a little low down on the back on the purple one, but you can kind of see them a little bit better because the purple shows up slightly nicer on camera. But yeah, this is not next week's pattern. We're doing blobfish next week, or slash this week. But this guy's the week after. Little dumpling dragon is I think what I'm going to call him. So he's got tiny little flappers. I just thought that was cute. So anyway, let's move them out the way. Wanted to show him off a little bit. He's a precious little nugget. He is. Let us close this poll off. You were quite decisive. Yep, cool. So you guys picked number 5 with 53% of the vote. Then came number 3 at 26% and number 1 at 20%. Cool. Oh, and I gave him his guitar. I forgot to do that. The fumes are a lot though. So Pichu has the little guitar. He's just off screen there. Let us reveal who is behind door number 5. Now, who has such a carefully coiffed hairdo? Oh, and we got claws. It is, of course, Magby. Let's update the Pokédex count. Magby's number 34. And we need to change the sprite from Pichu to Magby. Why are you all saying oh no? Why are we worried about this? Do you know about how long a dumpling dragon takes? Well, filming it start to finish, including a slight row correction I had to make, took an hour and 15 minutes. But that's me, and I am familiar with the pattern, so like use that information loosely as a guide, not as a hard and fast truth. But he doesn't take very long. He's only a little guy. Yeah, he doesn't have anywhere near, like the babies are great because they're so pared down. It's hair, not brain. Don't know how I'm going to do the hair, but we'll work that out in a second. Let's just do our little sketch of our Magby friend. And look, okay, I'm gonna see how I feel. I'm not gonna rule out the option of coming back and doing another one. All right, we're just gonna see how we feel across this guy. If he's as fast to make as Pichu, I don't want to shortchange us. My goodness, there's a lot of sassy Pichus still in this Discord. Okay, there we go. There's my Magby's. Oh, he's got a single back spike, apparently. Oh, yeah, you can kind of see that in the sprite. And here's his little beak. Alrighty. What shape would we say this head is? A little round. And he has 6 floops to his hair, which is a lot of floops. And a very specifically shaped duck beak. No ears that I can see though, that's great. He does have this little black collar. I'm not going to guarantee that we get that in there. Because he's got a few other things going on, and sometimes little tiny details like that are not really worth adding. Night, Angry Bear Ironworks. Thanks for hanging out. Just trying to be a scary duck. What is this shape even? It's like... Oh no, he's got legs. Might have to put him in a seated position, folks. There's not enough to his legs to hold him up properly. Though he does have a tail. And a solitary back spike. I don't know, there is some potential there. It's not a phase, Mom. No toe beams? Good to know. His little back spike, his little arms up in the air sometimes. His beak. There we go. Right, proper little mop top he is. Magby. Oh, night, Bunny Badger. Okay, so colour-wise, I'm kind of stuck between two main options here. So I do think he's an orange-red, but I don't think he's a saturated orange-red. He's kind of a pastel orange-red, which means pink is just a pastel red. So I'm kind of torn between doing like a watermelon or like a straight red. They're showing up way more accurate on the face cam, which is why I'm showing them up here. Because down here they kind of muddle together a little bit, but neither looks quite right there, does it? Do I have some of that colour in this mix? That I feel like is too berry. Like that's a too purpley of a colour. Marvel really does spoil us when it comes to the various pinks and reds, I gotta admit. I don't know if I have a more suitable colour because I don't want to make him Ancient Rose, even though that's closest to like the saturation level that we want, but we want it more orange than that. Okay, so it looks like I made actual Magma actually orange. He's just sitting right here. So Magma was actually made just orange. Looks like a dark coral, you reckon? Let me pull out what one that's that colour before I go searching for the colour. So the colour of Magikarp. Oh, I'm so glad that you like them, Nanine. Thank you for telling me. Can we name him Dynamite? Since he's the other one is a firecracker. Oh, I like Dynamite. I get it now. Yeah, Loot, I saw your pictures. Thank you so much. Seriously, between you and Mr. Bones, I am so spoiled for reference images, but I depend very heavily on both of you. No pressure. You like the Magikarp colour? Okay, I might have to go hunting for some more of that. Let me just see. Oh, wait, no. Haha. I have a little bit there. Cool. All right, and then we have another pale yellow, which we already have here. Magma. Magmama looking for the baby. Yeah. Don't worry, Mama, you'll get one soon. Dynamite! Alright, so I do need to break this down a little bit more again. Sorry, folks. Okay, the head bobbles. How do we want to do this? Do I want to try and build those in? Do I want to use bobble stitches for them? Bobble stitches honestly feels like a hassle, but I'm open to it. Because he's kind of more square than round. The other two were very round, whereas like this guy's a little bit more square-faced. And he does have like a full-on protruding nozzle for a mouth, but I'll probably do it as a separate piece. Let's see, from the top of his head, they're like this. So they are evenly spaced enough for me to get away with doing a bobble stitch. I'm just not sure if the proportions will be correct if I do it that way. Hi.
Hello. You could always do it as a flower on the head. Magic ring 6 in the middle. Yeah. And then go out to all the petals and then just attach the petals into the head from there.
Yeah.
Go hyperbolic.
Yeah, if I can get the head right, everything else will just be really fast and easy.
I'm suspicious. There was no pushback.
Yeah, Mr. Bones is stomping around. Don't you worry about that. He's never far away. Yeah. Sorry, when I say bobble or puff stitch, I'm referring to any bobble, cluster, like all of those stitches. Because I know I don't do any of them right, but that's why I always show exactly what it is I'm doing, and y'all can tell me when I get the name wrong. He does totally have like Newt vibes, like doot doot. You are helpful. You paid the pet tax? I appreciate you. I genuinely use the pet tax channel to help perk me up on down days. It's just like, I'm sad. The world is bad. I don't want to just scroll the internet. Let me look at the pet tax channel. Oh, that's better. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Alright, and I'm going to go out to 12 and then we're going to position our bobbles. And we're just going to give it a go and see if we like the look of it. Doot doot, noot noot. Now do we have anything on the name list yet? Just a warning about Newt. It is a Pingu reference. And there are plenty of actual penguins, and so I don't want to hit Piplup. And knowing we've already just used the name Pip, I don't want to hit Piplup and have you guys be like, oh, let's call him Newt, just to realise we've used the name on a Magby. Okay, just... 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Alright, we have 12 stitches around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, and so if we wanted to position 6 bobbles, we want a little space at the front of the face, I think. So that's where I'll leave those 2 free. And so we bobble here, and we bobble here, and then we bobble here, 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 and here. Diagram solves many problems very quickly. Yeah. I'm very frizzy today. Yeah. Sorry, just using the camera as a bit of a mirror. Oh, no, that's made it worse. Never mind, we'll just let it go. You name your Piplups Pingu? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like I'm warning you, because like Pingu has like a very direct penguin reference. And this guy here isn't penguin. Alright, I'm going to do mine as clusters, because I can always get my clusters a little bit more accurate. Do I think a double cluster? No, let's do a treble cluster. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll do 5. 5 is a bit of a squeeze, but we need them to be quite large. So that was... Tell me I worked the single crochet. Did I just go straight into the cluster? I worked the single crochet, I can see it there. Single crochet, 5, TR, cluster. Repeat that sequence 3 times. And then we'll do 3, 5, TR, cluster, single crochet. Has a floofy curly. Some days there's just no containing the floof. Yeah, I washed it yesterday, so it's a little overstimulated. Needed clarifying. Because I find so many products are just way too heavy for my hair, and so I get one decent day out of them. And then I just desperately need to like clarify everything. But I refuse to straighten it. And it's just large and it's poofy. I have poofy hair. I try to read it as enthusiasm. The hair is enthusiastic to take up space. I don't know if we have any Donalds. There we go. And let's... Okay. Dynamite. Dynamite not. Well, should we just call him Dinah? Dinah's a cute little name. Sorry, these clusters take a little bit of work. That's 4. 5. Oh no, we gotta do one straight away. I'm fine with Newt Newt as a name. I just was given a heads up about the whole like Pingu thing. What's up, love?
Yeah, I was thinking, Diggo on your notebook.
Ditto? Oh, Diggo, yes.
It looks like he's flumping onto a pillow to go to sleep.
Oh, he does. Let's put a little blanket over him. Or the rest of the mattress. And he needs a little teddy bear. Hold on. Maybe it's a bunny. Ditto looks like he sleeps with a little bunny. Not skipping any stitches, doing our best. Sorry, the hair is actually really annoying me. But I don't want to look like I got a giant mullet on camera either, so it's kind of... Okay, that's a little more frazzled librarian. I can live with that. Okay, just as a reminder, we've named Magmar Firequacker. Perfect name. It references a duck. References the fact that he's some sort of like fire-based creature. The perfect name would reference similar materials. And of course there's also Magmortar in the line, but we don't need to worry about that one right this second. Oh, oops, let's start over the doubles. Nearly done with these stitches. And I do feel like they were the right choice, even if they are a little bit of a pain to do. They're a nuisance. It does also lock him in at quite a small frame, like quite a small size, because he's only 12 around. Okay, we have our little head bubbles. Now I should just be able to do 12 stitches around, which would be much easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Perfect. Counting doesn't feature prominently on this stream, but when it does, we can do it. Dynaquack? That's cute. Right, he only has kind of a very little face after this. no real like flare out for the cheeks either. It's just is what it is. So that said, the 12 around is bothering me a little bit, so I am going to go up to 15. I just think 12 is too small to give us anywhere to work. 2, 3. Quackadoodle. You'll quack me up. Okay, yeah, 15 is better. So now we'll just do maybe 2 rows of that. Oh, night, not Martini. Thanks for hanging out. One. Quack Boom is pretty fun for Magmortar, I agree. Oh, Keyblade Mistress, the name vote's not going to be for a while. We do that right at the end. Oh, and just as a heads up, because I know we have a few new people in stream today, we always do a reveal. The last few streams from Gen 1 were kind of an aberration because we wanted to keep using the same boards, but we're going back to we'll reveal what's behind every single door at the end of stream because we believe in closure, particularly if there's like kind of a riddle or puzzle component to it. So you never have to stress about that. I actually like Dynamite. I think Dynamite, because he's a little and he's a baby firecracker, I just think that is a very appropriate name.
Are you going to reveal what's behind the Pokeball too?
Sure. I feel like I was just scolded. Maybe one more around. Okay. Eyes. There should be 2. Much more room to stress about other things. Yeah, cool. I'm glad I could free up that space for you. Alright, so that's the face. The eyes are pretty close to the hair floops. And I'll use white to add just a little bit of white to the side, which is what I should have done for Smoochum. But instead I went with like the full eye treatment, and like Smoochum should have reasonably been able to be as small as these other 2. But I forgot. I forgot that I can just put eyes in and then do a little white side bit to them, and it works just fine. So that one's on me. 3 eyes. I think the hair floops worked okay. Alright, we'll decrease back down to 12 now, I think. Decrease and then 2. And then we'll do down to 6 for the neck. As mentioned, I don't think at this scale it makes sense to swap to black for the neck. I can see myself maybe stitching it on as a detail. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel when we actually get there. Oh, bye Duchess Cassandra. Thanks for hanging out. Technically the stitches I used, I don't know if they're a bobble. I call them clusters, and I specifically used 5 treble crochet clusters. I have a lot more control over what I call a cluster stitch than I do when I'm trying to do like a usual puff or anything like that. Sometimes it's good to be able to control the scale of things. It does look like a little baby octopus, a little squiddy. Sorry, it's just occurred to me that conceivably Ditto is the father to all of these Pokemon. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, stitching so that it matches the scale. For the Dumbo Octopus, I increased and then decreased. So, like, these ones here are proper bobbly, clustery bits. So that's a single stitch. Each one of the little blobs. You're a very sweet-faced little fellow, aren't you? Look at those eyes. What did I do? What did I say? Oh, no. I don't know what I said. Oh, Ditto. Ditto. Daddy Ditto. Yeah. Ditto belongs in... Yeah. Ditto belongs in every egg group. Ditto is father to us all. I'm still going to go front post single crochet even though I'm not doing colour changes, just because it anchors the head and body really well together. I don't know, there's something about the slight changing of the stitch direction that just seems to make it a little less floppy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we flare back out. 2. I'm only going to go up to 9 though. I think it needs a more gradual flare out than the others did. Even his facial expression seems softer. Like, he's just like, yes, yes, I am father to us all. Increase single crochet, and then we'll go 3 single ink single. Daddy Ditto was actually just using the knife to cut vegetables to feed his 10 billion kids. Absolutely. The internet has, it's just like, forgive me father for I have sinned sounds completely different in internet speak. And if you know, you know. Oh yeah, the little, like the cut up hot dogs that look like little octopuses. Totally. I think that it's an illusion at the moment because I'm holding him mainly upside down. Godfather Ditto, you came to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. You want to call him hot dog? Night, Haruchi Crochet. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, we should be up to 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Current name list: Dynamite, Donald, Popper, and Hot Dog. Hot diggity dog. Where's my bobby pin? Okay, well, I'm getting a new one, but one has escaped.
Hardest working tortoise?
Nope. I said, one just got away. It's fine, my hair probably ate it. It's alright, I have the mother pin on the Milo can.
Oh, it's a piece of blue yarn.
What is?
Oh,
wow, yeah, that looks absolutely like a bobby pin, but it's yarn. Oh no, honey, I've got plenty. It's just I was looking for the one I was using. Check if Pip still has the bobby pin. Good point. Oh, he does! Well, okay, look, this isn't a game a memory game I'm setting up for you guys, but sometimes it feels that way, because yeah, congrats, you found the bobby pin.
Well played.
No, Torty doesn't have a bobby pin. Torty just looks like he has a bobby pin. That's a piece of yarn. It's just the way it's draping in that particular angle of the shot looks like a bobby pin. Oh, right, yep, sorry, bug. I can see the stream delay got us both there a little bit. Now, I know he looks a little pencil-necked here, but keep in mind that his arms will connect in here and give him a little bit of width. So, that's not something I'm super worried about. Okay, so I did 2 rows of 12, and now I think we're going to go back up to 15, because I think his booty is about the same width as his head.
Hydrate.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Perspire or expire? Yay, we did it! I did nothing, but I'm taking credit. Okay. Sorry to bring the conversation back to hair, but it's very front of mind for me at the moment. I'm starting to get the itch of, like, you know, anyone who's had long hair, you know the itch where you're just like, I could just like, just a little bit off, and probably feel pretty good. The rest of the hair tends to respond very positively to it. We're heading into Australian summer in a couple of months, and then I'm really gonna want to have done it. So, if I turn up one stream with just a truly awful haircut and all of my hair gone, you'll all will know that I lost the battle. That is just the constant, like, the longer your hair gets, the louder the voice of "cut it off" gets. Maybe it's just me. Yeah, I go like 6 to 7 inches at a time if I'm going to do it. Step away from the scissors. I cannot. I'm at my crafting desk and they are a necessary tool for my job. No, I have proper hair cutting scissors in my bathroom. Like, because I am responsible for maintaining the coif, but it's just... Perspire or expire, humans evolving the ability to sweat. Yes. Yeah, see? Stephanie, you seem to get it. You're on the same page as me. Like, hair down to the butt, how much faster would it be to look after if it was just even just a little bit shorter? Don't get me wrong. I think long hair is great, and I love having a mane, like a full-on poofy mane that defies all gravity. But, like, hair cutting also, first of all, feels really cathartic. But also, like, when it reaches the point where it's tangling constantly and... Like, when you've got curly hair, you're only really allowed to touch it when it's soaking wet, and it takes forever to dry, and I'm in trouble. Mr. Bones doesn't... Mr. Bones really likes my hair. I'll cut it off if I want to. Been growing your hair out, aside from trims, for 8 years now. The last actual haircut you got was for your wedding. Your hair is past your butt. Oh, good for you. Mine doesn't really grow much longer than, like, don't get me wrong, it's quite long at the moment, but it doesn't really get much longer, like, visibly than where it currently is. Most of it's pinned up. But that's because it curls and it frizzes and it grows instead, so it kind of starts growing out at a certain point.
I can hear you.
I know you can hear me.
Like, if you whisper after I leave, I can still hear you.
I know that. So, like, my hair doesn't get visibly much longer than where it currently is. But, like, I've got, you can see my silver, my Irish roots, as it were. This is about, let's see, we're September now. It's about 9 months of regrowth at the top there. So it grows pretty fast. It's just, it doesn't grow any longer. It just sort of gets this far and no further. When it's wet, it's significantly longer. But, like, that's just the nature of curly hair. Yeah, my hair's quite thin, quite frizzy. It's always desperate for moisture, but my skin's the same way. I'm a very dry person. Yeah, you should wear your hair down. Why don't you wear your hair down 5 minutes later? Why is your hair so big and crazy? Yeah, plus, I feel like we're now in an era where naturally curly hair that doesn't necessarily look super controlled is more of an acceptable thing. Whereas, like, growing up, it wasn't. If you left it out, people either loved it so much that they wouldn't stop touching you, or they're like, or it was considered like unprofessional, and yeah, so like you had to do all kinds of stuff to it, right? And plus, my poor mother did her best, but my curls come from my dad's side of the family, and so my mum didn't really know how to look after curly hair, and as a person in their 30s who's only kind of just now getting a grip on it, yeah, like I weep for how many times my hair was brushed out, and then tried to be chucked back in a ponytail, and I just had to live with the poofiness. So it's just, hair looks very witchy. Oh, I'm so glad you said that, because when I woke up this morning, I'm just like, I'm gonna go high contrast witchy today. So I've got like my compasses in. I've gone for like dark clothes. I'm just like high contrast witchy was the vibe I was going for today. So you got it. Moisturize me. Yeah, that's my whole vibe. Moisturize me is my whole vibe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Looks like I'm playing a bit of yarn chicken here, but I reckon there might just be enough to get the main pieces done here. So you'll see me like beeline for the little arms and legs just to get them done. I don't know if there'll be enough for the tail, but I feel like you'll forgive me if I don't do the tail on stream as well. I probably have another ball of this on the shelf back there somewhere. I usually keep them all in stock, so I think the only colour I'm at risk of running out of at the moment is Mallard. But this is not Mallard. This is our colour called Outback. Yours wavy, so curly products don't work, but straight products don't help either. Yeah, the problem I have is that like the curly products are too heavy for how fine my hair is. But if I don't use anything, Like at the moment I have some curl cream in there, but I can't use much of it because it's too heavy and it makes me too oily. So this is my hair largely without any product in it because like I clarified it yesterday. And so we're just very big and poofy at the moment. There is a mousse that I don't mind, but I forgot that I didn't mind it. I don't know if anyone else encounters that, but like I know exactly how to get my hair to sit straight, but just for some reason I forget it every so often. Curls from your dad? Yeah. And your mum with straight hair, exactly. So I got my silver from my mum, but I got my curls from my dad. Oh, night autistic Evie, thanks for hanging out. So I found that, again, I don't understand any implications for any of the brands, so this just is what it is. The Fructus, they've got like a mousse that you can use, is actually one of the better ones for me. I don't like doing the whole, like a lot of curl routines are just like you curl cream and then you mousse and then you gel, and it's like it's too much product for my hair. It's just way too much. But the mousse on its own is pretty good as long as I'm using a nice hydrating. I use 11. That's not a count, that's the brand. It's 11 Hydrate My Hair shampoo and conditioner. Only wash my hair once a week. Should be co-washing. Don't have time. Brush my hair out in the shower. The end. Don't touch it while it's drying. Don't touch it. Touch it as little as possible in general is the rules. Yeah, poofy and poofy. Exactly. Yeah, my loot, I'm the same with the hair fall. I actually think, okay, bear with me here for a moment because we're a little bit down the rabbit hole here. I actually think that I've convinced my hair to start growing back. And I think some of the hair that's growing back is my original dark color. And so I know I look very silver on camera here, but I'm significantly less silver than I was. And my hair is increasing because you can see like a lot of like regrowth bits and pieces. Particularly around the halo, but like my hair is growing back and it's changing the color that I'm used to, which is quite interesting to watch, frankly. Use OGX. Oh yeah, they've got a coconut one that I don't mind. I hate the smell of coconut and I hate the smell of hibiscus, and unfortunately they're the two products that seem to be like the ones for curly hair. When I get the chance, I buy products that are not scented at all because I'd rather just not have to deal with a scent. Let's see. I also occasionally will use like an Olaplex treatment just to help my hair because I've got a few colours in the ends of it now and it just needs a little bit of help every now and then. I don't know if it actually helps, but it makes me feel better about it, and the act of taking care of my hair is a healthy one. So yeah. Big poofy, super greasy. I feel you. That's why I think I should co-wash. Like right now my hair could use a condition, but it doesn't need a shampoo. But I'm not going to do it. I'm going to chuck it back up in a top knot and check in on it in 2 days. Like that's it. That's all it will be. I think 6 around was actually the right width for this little hand. Does it need to be slightly bigger? Let's go brief. Maybe I lost the non-grey hair before the grey hair. I don't know why that would be the case. Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I know that I used to have like some pretty bright red naturally, like just a few little strands here and there. But I've been going silver since I was 5 or 6 years old. I recently discovered that it's probably due to my Irish heritage, which also stops anesthesia and like dental numbing working on me properly. Basically I regained feeling super fast. But yeah, it's just interesting that like people literally metabolize anesthesia and go silver differently because of their genetics, which is interesting, I think. Yeah, I don't have the energy for straightening. I don't think I've occasionally had my hair straightened for like a wedding, but that's it. So at least I know I've damaged it with some hair dye every now and then, but other than that, I'm not super worried about it. Hair loss could be lack of iron. Yeah, and going grey can also be a sign of a vitamin B deficiency. There's all kinds of things like that out there. So yeah, just try and look after yourself and see what happens with your hair. Oh, loot. Apparently, look, okay, don't quote me as fact. I think I may have known the information about this at one point, and right now it's just like a surface thought that you should look into further if you're interested. But people with certain genetics, I believe it's tied to Irish heritage, we metabolize anesthesia faster. So like if the doc is doing a filling, and I have had many, that sometimes I take a really long time to go numb, and then he has like a 5 or 10 minute window, and then it's worn off again. Which is just like the constant battle I have with my dentist. I don't numb properly. So yeah, it's a thing. Burned to a crisp at the thought of the sun. Well, I mean, sorry, I will say that even though it's tied to Irish heritage, I won't try and pretend it's all Irish, and even then, I'm not entirely Irish either. Admittedly, I'm like 6th generation Australian, but there's Irish in the mix. And I got the very early silver, because I am silver and have been for a very long time. Hi, Kath. That's interesting that one of your sisters had really curly hair as a baby and then chopped it all off and then never didn't grow back curly. I know that certain hormone shifts can change the texture of your hair. Like, for example, going through puberty and going through menopause, all those kinds of things can literally change the texture of your hair. Going through chemotherapy can change the texture of your hair. Hank Green, notoriously, his hair grew back curly. Hopefully he likes the change. Welcome to the curly club. And I will say that no matter how much I try, I don't tan at all. I have like, I am just always very pale, and I avoid the sun anyway because of skin cancer reasons, but wear the sunscreen and all that jazz, but I go straight from transparent to bright red, and it hurts. Pregnancy too, that's interesting, but makes sense because again, it's a big shift in hormones. There we go. So that's one little arm. Did not count the number of rows. Approximately 6. I will stitch on the little claws as well. I'm rationing the orange a little bit. I don't think that might be enough to get us part of a foot, but not really a whole foot. So we might have to move on from this little creature sooner than expected, but he has one arm. And we'll do a little belly as well. Oh, and he's Newt Newt. Is he ever depicted with a closed Newt Newt, or is it just always an open Newt Newt? I'm trying to decide how much of a sucker for punishment I'm feeling. The answer is I'm not, but I will stitch on the open mouth. Oh, well, I'm glad the cold medicine worked for at least a little bit. It's always a bit rough when you stare at the wall sick, though. When, like, literally the only stimulus your body can handle is the being awake and the fighting off of whatever's going wrong. Okay. Does it need to be slightly longer? Maybe one row longer. Mouth. Magic ring 5. Back loops only. Single ink. Single ink. Single. And then we'll just do 7 single around. Yeah, all sorts of fun and interesting stuff that we're discovering along the way. 1, 2, 3, and 7. That's plenty of newt for you, mister. Alright, well with the shortage of my orange yarn, we are probably going to start the name vote while I make this belly piece. So hopefully you guys have settled on 4 decent options. And hey, 5-year-olds are absolute little plague demons. Like, they can be cute, and you can love them, while also them being the absolute worst. Alrighty. Let me start this name poll. Not that button, this button. So, I remember Dynamite. There we go. And I'm seeing Quackadoodle. And hopefully I hear from Mr. Bones soon. I think he's compiling the list for us now. There we go. Alright, Dynamite, Donald, Popper, and Hot Dog. Okay. Well, Donald and Popper can be the other 2. I think we decided Hot Dog was not for us. Thank you, honey. Popper. There we go. Alrighty. Oh, Fire Squeaker is really cute though. Oh, Loot, if you check if he can close his mouth, that works. Because, like, I'll either stitch something on or I won't, based on what you find. So sorry. The sentence that's making me laugh is, as I crochet an alien from Toy Story that will not be gifted to a child. Yeah, sorry, that just made me giggle. Oh wow, a lot of love for Quackadoodle. And I'm not sure where that one came from, but it's certainly fun. Oh, he doesn't have a very large tummy, does he? That's almost enough already. That was Magic Ring 6. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11. And then that was 5 increases. Yeah, you know what, we'll do 6 increases and then I'll do the thing that I'm going to do in the next row instead of squeezing it at the end of this one. Then we're going to chain 1, 2. And we're going to decrease. Gonna slip stitch. Chain 2. Double crochet in the same stitch. Better! That gives me a sharper corner there instead of the slopey thing that I was getting. DC in same stitch, then we'll half double and single. None of his animations close his mouth, that's fine. As I said, I'm perfect. I was planning on embroidering on the claws and whatnot as well, so like that works for me. 1, 2, 3 and 4. I'll just bring it down to the side. Where's his little tummy? It was yours? It was something your tired brain came up with? Well, that's good. Not all names have to have like a long heritage. Sometimes it's just fun for me to know where that original spark came from. Duck puns and quackadoodle came to mind. That's fair. Alright, so based on... Did I bump the camera or have I bumped the notebook? Probably both. Okay, so that might be where we have to leave little quackadoodle. Just based on the shortage of a little bit of orange I have left. That's fine. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I've got some behind me, but I don't want to start a new ball right this second. I'm just not feeling it. So cool. Quackadoodle is the name. Quack-a-doodle. Alrighty. Oh yeah, so Quackadoodle won with 44% of the vote. Then came Dynamite at 42%. That's so close. Popper at 13% and 0% for Donald. So yeah, Quackadoodle at 45 votes. Quackadoodle won by 1 vote and possibly a rounding error. Quackadoodle boom. So, okay, who wants some closure? I can offer some closure. So, the other 2 doors available to you guys today were door number 1, which is purple, by the way, and also was Tyrogue, who I really thought the Purple Menaces were going to rally behind and get us the Pokémon off the board really quickly. And then came door number 3, which was, of course, Little Eagles. Igglybuff. And if we picked Igglybuff, we probably would have done 4 today, but oh well. It just happened the way that it happened. So there is your closure. That is the end of today's stream. We currently sit at 34% of the way through Gen 2. We got 3 done today. Let's show them again. Let's just minimize that. So we started off with Raspberry, the Smoochum, who got a little bigger. A little big for his britches. Arguably should have been made smaller. I just, like I said, I was dusty. We needed to dust ourselves off a little bit. Then we have tiny little Pichu with the ukulele. All of their pieces intact. And their name is Pip. And then we have Quackadoodle-Doo the Magpie. Now, I wish they'd all been at this scale. This guy here, like, easily could have been made at this scale, and it would have been perfect. And now I'm frustrated with myself. But the theme today was babies. We've knocked off 3 of the babies, meaning we've done 4 in total, because we've also made Cleffa. Because Cleffa was the legendary in this whole silver run. Which leaves, I can't remember if they did 7 or 8 babies. But, in Gen 2. But yeah, anyway, we've ticked these ones off now. Yeah, door 1 was Tyrogue. Yeah, Raspberry is an extra large Smoochum. I'm hoping I can bring Raspberry together. Because currently Raspberry's bigger than Jinx. Let's see, Jinx should be relatively to hand at the moment. Where are you? Yeah, Saucy Minx. They're all right here. But it's kind of like a... Oh, there she is. Yeah, she... I mean, I've messed up, okay? We messed up with the Smoochum. If I come back next week and he's like been made smaller, you'll know that I looked and I just could not live with the giant Smoochum. So yeah. Oh, there's 8 babies. Okay, well we've done 4 of them, so there's 4 more babies. So there'll probably be another baby theme. And we'll find an honorary baby to include in the list. It is a Where's Waldo for Pokemon. But anyway, have a good night, everybody. A happy time zone, and I will see you all next week.